right. Red lights on. What's happening? I'm pretty sure if we exclude Sacramento Kings, everybody had a pretty damn good weekend.
Mm-hmm.
We got the 49er fans in here, Raider Nation in here.
Yeah, man.
Cowboy fans in here got to be excited. Eagle fans are happy.
Eagle fans, get out of here. Eagle fans.
And your boy Brad is back talking.
Hold on, let me pull this up. What Brad talking about here,
your boy Brad's back talking. Oh man,
no man. We gonna let Trey get the keys, but right now it's Jimmy's team.
That's funny.
Trey will get the keys one day. Well, next year, but yeah. Hope everybody had a damn good Friday. I feel like there's so much commercial conversation I have for you. I don't even know if it's right now.
It's commercial
crazy.
Like advertisements?
No, just like things that probably, there'd be a quick shot clock for on the show, but during commercial breaks.
Oh, commercials. Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay, let's not wait for the intro to end and you bring one of those up. Let's wait for the next commercial break before we bring the first one up. Let's not hit the shot clock in the opening segment. Let's Oh, okay. There you go. D'Lo and KC, he got the red and gold. D'Lo and KC get 2-0 versus the Rams when he rocks it. That's how it works.
Come on, man. Come on. What's the record against the Cowboys? We need to start a record against the Cowboys now.
I don't think D'Lo and KC merch existed when Johnny Dope ones. We
KC barely existed the last time these two played each other.
No. Well,
lazy little sorry Eagles got in there. It's all good though. Everything's all good because the Niners got in.
Showtime. I think so. Here it is. Man, I'm pretty sure everybody had a fantastic weekend. The 49ers are in the playoffs.
Wait a minute. Don't even go to the next one. I need one more after this. 49ers are in the playoffs. Let's go.
Raider Nation is in the playoffs.
I'm just playing with y'all. I'm just messing with y'all, man. Congratulations.
And if you ignore that sorry-ass basketball team that plays at the Golden One Center, it was a fun Sunday of sports action. We'll talk all about it. Dante Whitner, NBC Sports Bay Area, is going to join us this hour. 15 minutes from now, we'll talk 49ers football with him. Unfortunately, we will talk about your Sacramento Kings at some point. James Ham's going to be with us.
That's what they get.
1320 Kings Insider. I mean, James Ham will boo them as well. And we'll go back to back. James Ham will be with us at 2:30. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, will be with us at 3:30. So we'll get to that Kings talk when it's appropriate, if it's appropriate at all. But we will start. KC, we got the first ever. By the way, 20 minutes from now, if you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, do it. If you're getting out of the car, if you're going to go grab lunch, whatever it may be, the first ever 49er Drake bar.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. They deserve it, too. They deserve it.
In less than 20 minutes.
Hell, I sat here, and I was like, the Kings don't want to do nothing with the Drake bars. I got a team in San Francisco, Santa Clara, wherever you want to say. I got a team that is tougher than a $2 steak that will absolutely embrace Drake bars. They absolutely want some of them Drake bars. I mean, we gonna get into it, but this finish to the season by the San Francisco 49ers, y'all laughed at me. Y'all laughed at me. Y'all said I was a homer when I said don't let them get in. Now look, they could lose on Sunday. I'm not saying they're unbeatable. I'm just saying you look at the way they finished this season. Come on, man. Name me outside of the Packers. I'll put the Packers on there. Outside of the Packers, what's a hotter team in the NFC?
I mean, there's some good football teams right now, including the one that you're going to play this weekend.
Absolutely.
Before we get to the one coming up this weekend, before we start to polish the Lombardi Trophy and get it ready for Santa Clara, let's talk about what we saw yesterday. I thought it was over. I'm like, all right, what are the Falcons doing? Oh my God, the Falcons are down 20. Yeah. Well, it was a good run, and I'm starting to think, man, we're going to need a Raider win. We're going to need a Kings win. We're going to need something to detract from how bad this is going to be. And then they got that field goal at the end of the first half, and I don't think it's a stretch to say everything shifted a little bit because they got that field goal. More importantly, they had the ball coming out of the half. They took advantage of that, and quickly, the momentum shifted, and credit where credit is due. Kyle Shanahan called a fantastic second half of football that utilized all of their strengths. Now, that's not to take away from Jimmy Garoppolo, because we're going to talk a lot about Kyle Shanahan and we're going to talk a lot about Jimmy Garoppolo. But right out the gate, heading into that second half where it appears the momentum shifted, I got to give roses to Kyle Shanahan. I just thought he called a brilliant game.
I mean, I'm forgive me for getting it, but who takes care of us with the flowers again?
That's Fig and Vine. Yeah, Fig and
Vine. Hey, get ready to get the bouquet of roses by the boatload, by the carload. All right, fill up the whole car because there's a bunch of roses that we need to go. And I'll stick with where you're at, Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. I mean, the way he dominated and the way he put a clown suit on Sean McVay in the Rams in that second half.
Yeah, he was 19. He was 1992 Doink out there. Like he was just running out there with the flower that squirted water at the kids. Like Sean McVay looked like.
Oh man, and look, like we've always talked about, young Shanny, that's big bro. That's big bro to Sean McVay. He ain't losing to big bro, or not beating big bro, I should say. And Kyle Shanahan, with the way he ran the football, and mind you, we talking a lot today. You guys are gonna be, some of y'all that aren't Niner fans, y'all gonna be mad at me because we talking today. Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, was there did they kind of pass the ball, to get into that game? Were they passing? Were they doing a lot of jet sweeps or anything like that? No, they ran it straight up the gut. And who straight up the gut? The man y'all told me is the best football player in the game? They ran it right at that boy. Right at that boy. And he couldn't do nothing about it. Not a damn thing. So Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan is your father. Deebo Samuel is the father of Aaron Donald. And quite frankly, the 49ers are the fathers of the Los Angeles Rams. Okay. It just is what it is.
Okay. We talked about handing out Fig and Vine bouquets to everybody. Let's not just acknowledge Kyle Shanahan and his play calling on the offensive end. Let's acknowledge DeMeco Ryan. Let's acknowledge Eric Armstead and the stretch of football that Eric Armstead has played to help get the 49ers in this position. Man. They took Matt Stafford, who I remind you was a preseason MVP pick, was midseason. Oh, this guy, Matt Stafford in Los Angeles, just took him completely out of the game and let him be, Matt Stafford.
Who in his whole career.
Let him be Matt Stafford. Yeah. And for it feels like the 5th, 6th, 7th, whatever it may be, this defense asserted itself. It continued to get better. This defense has evolved. throughout the year. Eric Armstead has had a tremendous second half of the season. Eric Armstead is a big reason I think the 49ers were able to get off the field as quickly as they were on a number of occasions in that second half. And boy, you talk about they started to have to pay attention to 91.
Yes.
And that's a problem when you got 97.
Yes. One of the biggest plays of the game. I know you talked about being able to get that field goal before the half, because as bad as everything was, I looked at a situation after they went down 17-0. They got a first down or two, and I said, oh, this is that weird wraparound halftime thing that Kyle likes to do. If they can get there was maybe 6 minutes left in the quarter. It's like he's going to need like a 6-minute drive here, get some points, whether it's 3 or 7, preferably 7, obviously, but some points, you get the ball out of the half. Well, then Jimmy does a play action, drop backs, and throws this interception into 4 Rams. And I said, oh, no. Well, there goes that. But you talk about Eric.
There's Jimmy.
You talk about Eric Armstead. You talk about 97. You talk about guys like DJ Jones. You talk about Ebicom. You talk about, all these guys on the line. There was and I remember Troy Aikman was really harping on this a lot at the time, but a 3rd and 1 where the Rams had the ball late in the second quarter, 3rd and 1, they go shotgun with no running backs, and the Niners front 4 gets to Stafford, forcing the punt. They get the ball back before the half, because that could have been a death blow. Sean McVay, Stafford, you go up 20 or 24-0, whatever the case may be before the half. I don't think it's happening. Yeah. But they found a way to get the stop, get the ball back, somehow got 3 points, and then ended up getting that wraparound half that they love so much with the Deebo touchdown out of the half. So I thought that stop on 3rd, it wasn't 3rd and 21. It was 3rd and 1. And somehow they stopped them there when they couldn't stop them on 3rd down for the entire first half. That was a huge play.
The offense, and rightfully so, will get a lot of attention. I credited Kyle Shanahan for that second half. There is a stretch of play calling that I didn't love, but we'll get to that later. I thought they really established themselves with Elijah Mitchell. I mean, the numbers bear themselves out, and we'll go over all of them here in the coming minutes, the coming hours. We're with you for the next 4 hours. We'll hope you hang out with us. There were just as big defensive plays as there were offensive plays. Hell, didn't regulation end on an Armstead stack?
Yeah.
Isn't that how regulation ended? I mean,
3 sacks on the night.
Man, there were quite a few moments where that offensive line just swallowed up Matt Stafford, where they were so desperate to get something, going. I do have questions about Dre Greenlaw, what the hell he was thinking there.
Oh, he was a maniac.
Like
all day long. He was a maniac.
The first one was kind of like, oh, that's dumb. They didn't call it, but it's like, all right, he just went suplex city on him. But then he pulled the face mask. I was like, yo, what's his issue with Cam Akers? Do they got beef? Did Cam Akers steal his girl? Like, what?
Dre was a maniac. Remember in the first quarter when he almost knocked out Jefferson and just knocked him out and then blew the kiss? Like, yeah, I did this. You're getting a penalty here. I don't care. I'll do it. He was a maniac. Dre was a maniac yesterday, and they got away with it. But yeah, I'm glad to see him back, though.
For sure. You might want to reel him in a little bit here before you go to Dallas. Like, hey, Dre, let me go Teddy Long. Let me holler at you, player. Come over here
and look here, Damien. I see you, Dr. David. Dr. David thought he had a gotcha moment on this situation. No, because I always keep it a stack. I always keep it a stack. I don't run from anything that I say. We talk about giving flowers to Kyle Shanahan. We talk about giving flowers to the defense. And both of those absolutely deserve it. But let me come over here to this part of the store, and let me grab 2 dozen roses for number 10. Because you want to talk about tougher than a $2 steak. You want to talk about a legacy win. You want to talk about something that's going to, we'll talk about this too, get you the bag.
Oh.
Bro,
oh.
Number 10 deserves all the flowers That man is tougher than a $2 steak. And he etched himself in 49ers lore. At a quarterback, in a quarterback room that has two of the greatest to ever play, another great one in Jeff Garcia. He might have passed Jeff Garcia yesterday. And this is a guy that I wanted out in the second quarter.
Okay. All right.
No, we can talk about it. We can talk about it.
I'm going to agree with you in this sense. I feel like you're jumping off a cliff right now, but let me say this.
Let's talk about it. I ain't jumping off no cliff.
Kyle Shanahan's play calling, I think, got that game tied. Got the 49ers back in it.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Garoppolo won the football game
Mm-hmm.
for the San Francisco 49ers, and I think there's an important distinction there that we're going to spend a lot of time talking about. The first ever, maybe first and only, 49er Drake bars are coming up. We're going to talk more about Kyle Shanahan's play calling there in the second half. We're going to talk more about what the San Francisco 49ers are doing. We're going to dive into the matchup next week against the Dallas Cowboys as well. Dante Whitner is going to join us coming up at 12:50. Lots ahead here. We're just getting started. We're live on the Odyssey app. We're live on 1320 AM. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. So much more ahead. It's a 49ers Monday. Brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more D'Lo and KC next. First look at Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, dramatic reboot Bel-Air.
Oh, no.
I don't
Ramsey,
think I can do it.
No. Ain't no let's talk about Mad Max. And we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that because first of all, your sorry ass Falcons didn't do anything. But Matt Ryan's on out here throwing chest passes. You see when he threw a two-handed chest pass on fourth down?
Mm-hmm.
Just bum out of here. So your sorry ass Falcons didn't help out at all. But you talked about how the team in San Francisco wasn't going to do nothing all year long. Hey, sorry. What did he say the record was? He said it was going to finish 5-11. He might have said 4-13 or something like that. All year long, you were talking about that, Ramsey. Look at us now, 10-7 in the playoffs. Come on,
Ramsey ain't never come in here and said I was wrong. Ramsey ain't never come in here and said my bad.
Raiders gonna have to wait. Raiders gonna have to wait. We thought because there was a lot of people that were chirping about the Niners, and they were 2-4, 3-5, whatever. To get a lot of people chirping about it. They wanted to hear flip side so heavy when that was going on. Oh, we got flip side today. This is my day. This is my day. You see what I'm right? It's my day because y'all had a lot to say all year long, even up in the last week. It's my day. It's my day, and all my Niner fans out there, this is your day too. We'll worry about Sunday starting tomorrow. Today is our day. But look, speaking of commercial conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what came on late Saturday night? Menace to Society.
Premium channel or like BET?
VH1 style.
Boy, that must have been an adventure.
Yeah, I didn't get through the whole thing. It was really late. Like I saw maybe 30 minutes of it, but I was like, look at this. They had those fadeaway scenes too.
Man, I was a little harsh on it. It's not bad. It's just weird.
No, it is. I know exactly what you mean.
It's just made different than the way movies are made today, I guess.
Barrett, first of all, if we want to go all the way back, since you want to go to old stuff, I said start Jimmy. I said I would start Jimmy on Thursday. But in the middle of the game. After that,
start Jimmy at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, look. In the second quarter, when he threw the jump ball in the 4 Rams, I said, "Yo, he ain't got it today." Kyle didn't listen. He stuck with him, and Jimmy won the game. Like
you know what was funny though? It was the third quarter. He was having a Jimmy game. It was 13-15, 160. It was like an intercept. What'd you want? Like you getting what you asked for. It's right there.
And he handed it off enough to keep them in the game.
He did. Yeah. He did. And then
he made
and he won it. And he won the game.
Some of the throws that man made. Oof. Oof. He was slinging it a couple times. 316 for Jimmy. But this is the story. Well, actually, we'll talk about that when we get back. Elijah Mitchell was running hard, 21 for 85. You will too, buddy, when you get a Harbaugh.
I'm not taking Harbaugh away from Michigan. Okay, buddy.
It's 12 years in the making. They wanted him. They were the ones that just missed out on him when he went to the Niners. History comes back around. Now, I definitely want Michigan to keep Jim Harbaugh, but people say he's gonna be listening.
I hate the way that game ended for them. I did not at all want them to get blown out. I didn't want them to lose, to be honest with you. Yeah.
They got backhand. I saw that coming after the first drive. I said, all my optimism went out the window after that first drive. I said, oh my goodness.
The Broncos are requesting to speak to Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, Eric, you're wrong. Came on here and said, if Jimmy's 80, I said Eric Davis turned me. I was like, he's right. If Jimmy's 80, you play with Jimmy.
It's wild, man, how people just hear random stuff. Wild.
Yeah. It's a 49ers Monday, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. And oh man, somehow, some way, this turned into a Drake Bars Monday too, because Lord knows the Kings ain't giving it to us. But after what happened in Los Angeles, people have been calling for this. They're like, oh, Niners win. You gonna give them Drake Bar? I was like, nah, that's the Kings thing, man. I'm gonna fall back. No, they earned it yesterday. They absolutely earned some bars yesterday.
That, and if we didn't shift it to the 49ers, we may never hear them again. If we waited to do D'Lo and KC sales at DeLoandKC.com, we'd never be on sale.
Never.
Can't wait for the Kings to do nothing.
Forever. Because these guys, they don't give a damn about anything positive.
I'm going to be honest with everybody. Dante Whitner coming up at 12:50. We're going to talk a lot of 49ers today. We'll talk about the Raiders as well. We'll talk about the NFL, the playoff picture. We will get to the Kings. James Ham is going to be with us at 2:30. Matt George at 3:30. It's KC's day. It's KC's day, man. I'm here for the ride. I'm hanging out the side of my best friend's ride, trying to holler at the girl over there on the street. So hey, this is your world. I'm in it. I'm in it, but I'm here for the Drake Bars, man. The Drake Bars brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs. Head over to DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Check out all the magnificent work he does, including this very simple yet quite lovely Austin 316 tribute shirt I'm wearing right here, which simply says D'Lo and KC 1320. It's available over at DeLoandKC.com. Again, Dave Garcia Designs. For all your marketing needs, go to DaveGarciaDesigns.com.
Hey, man, 49ers go down to Los Angeles in a road game and beat the Rams 27-24. They're in the playoffs. Yeah. Usually how this for the Kings, but they don't want no positive. So I got to get this to my boys, to the Niners. Yeah. Look, these boys thought it was a game last year. 8 with 5 maybe, stacking books for the past year. Try to keep up because things move fast around here. Deebo 99 problems ain't down around here. Look, yeah, I'm talking loud, boy. McVay in the end zone. It's the second quarter. You need to sit down, boy. Try to play big bro Shannon. We like, how, boy? Now on to Jerry's World where we smack up the Cowboys. Whoa. I said on to Jerry's World where we smack up the Cowboys. Whoa. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan.
You don't have to.
AKA Young Shanny.
You don't have to do this part.
Shout
I
out
wish you'd
Shanny.
stop.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Drake bars brought to you by Dave Garcia Design.
There was a lot of Kenny splaining in there too.
I know. Go ahead. Have at it. 99 Deebo. You want to hit that one first? That was my particular favorite.
That one's pretty.
That was my favorite.
I'm not saying Donald. I'm not calling him a name. I'm just saying.
Kinda.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Kinda.
I'm not calling him a name. I'm not going Coffee Boy. I'm not calling him a name.
No, you wouldn't do that.
The only reason is 99 problems.
Mm-hmm.
It's a play on his number. No, come on, man. Aaron Donald, number 99. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's a play on his number.
I think we got that.
Now, here's the other one.
But if you thought we were going to ignore the actual line, you're being a little bit foolish, but please continue.
Look,
I know the other one, the best part of Drake bars.
I know went over y'all head. I know y'all went over your head.
Okay.
These boys thought it was a game last year. 8 with 5 maybes. Stacking books for the past year. What we talking about, baby? What we talking about?
You dissect it for us.
We out here talking. Not only are we talking spades, because you got 13 books that are able to be won in a game. 8 plus 5, 13. 8 with 5 maybes. George Kittle, stop playing with me out here. Stop playing with me out here. 8 with 5 maybes. I'm talking spades, but I'm also talking George Kittle. Stop playing with me out here. Oh, man. These boys thought it was a game last year. 8 with 5 maybes, stacking books for the past year. Come on, man.
You seem particularly proud of that one. I'm glad. Hey, like I said, it's your world today. I'm just in it. I'm glad that you're happy. I think a lot of 49er fans are happy. All 49er fans are happy, as you should be. 916-349-1320. Let's open up these phone lines and let's start with Daniel. Daniel, what's good, baby?
This is definitely Casey's day, man. This is every 49ers fan's day. I'm telling you.
Yes, sir. What's up, Daniel?
Listen, man, I was talking to my Niner buddy out in Tampa, and at halftime, we were so angry. We almost had each other convinced to turn the TV off. Dude, I can't watch this. It's time to get rid of Shanahan. I can't wait to hear him on the post conference, man. I want to hear what he has to say. He's going to get eaten alive. But I watched it, and I couldn't believe it, man. This team's going to kill me. It's going to put me in the ground. I mean, man, and I'm swung. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to lose. I think we're going to win. Oh my God, I think we're going to lose. And then we win, man. I couldn't believe it.
Now, Daniel, yesterday was crazy, bro. I'm going to come in here and,
I love how happy he is. That's dope. Appreciate it.
It's so real. It's so genuine. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to talk my talk. I get on my IG live. I'm going to talk my talk or whatever, but you'll never catch me saying like I was just a bowl full of confidence all of yesterday. No. First of all, I'd said all week that I was nervous about the game. I did not feel good about having to play that game. And with the circumstances the way they were. Then we start off down 17-0. And I'm like, yo, this is nasty. This ain't gonna happen. When Jimmy threw the first interception, I said, this ain't gonna happen. And then they came back and I was like, yo, here we go. We got this. They got the Emmanuel Mosley interception. And I was like, yo, I went crazy on that one. Mm-hmm. And then there was the drive in the fourth quarter. It was tied at 17. And I tweeted out at the time, I said, they have to score now. I think it was about 6 minutes, maybe a little more than that. 9 minutes left. I said, they have to score here. Like, I think they had gone 2 times back and forth with no scores. So you got to stop. You have to score. And they marched down the field, and Jimmy throws into traffic to Kittle and gets it picked off. And I said, that might be ball game. Sure enough, the Rams go down and score. And I didn't think it was going to happen until at that point. I didn't think they were going to win the game until Ambry Thomas's interception. I really did. I'm not going to sit up here and like, yo, they have. I was like, I said, there's no way they complete this. There's just no way they complete this comeback. And for them to actually do it, man, I couldn't believe it. to be honest.
I told you there was a stretch of play calling from Kyle Shanahan in the second half that I didn't particularly love. It was when they were going in for the field goal. I felt like he, perhaps because he had to, he trusted Jimmy to get them in that position. And again, and maybe I'm loosely using that word. He had no other choice. They had to move down the field, and they had to move 88 yards in a minute.
Yeah.
Elijah Mitchell ain't going to do that for you. Or right. Elijah Mitchell almost certainly isn't going to do that for you. But Jimmy, he had to do it. Jimmy rewarded that, and then they get into overtime, and I feel like they're moving the ball pretty well. And then when push came to shove, they were in a position to take the lead. And I understand from a certain aspect, your defense has been extraordinary. You're essentially you're trusting your kicker, and you've got a very good kicker who, by the way, what he did as a punter shouldn't be overlooked. And by the way, let's also acknowledge how stupid it is that a punter is putting themselves in a position to where they're going to get a head injury.
I'm glad you brought that up because, Wisnowski, look, I like Wisnowski. He does this thing where, he wants to be more than a punter, and he wants the viral moment where he'll lay somebody out or make a tackle and stuff like that. And we've seen it happen again. And somebody should have told him when it happened in a positive way, good play. Stop doing that because you're going to come up against somebody that's going to knock your block off. And he tried to do it again yesterday. He got knocked out the game.
Well, and it wasn't just that. It's like he chickened out at the end and kind of curled up in the fetal position. And then he got hit like head on because of the way, instead of trying to actually lay a hit in. But regardless, point being, Robbie Gould did a hell of a job in that game and is one of the many 49ers that should be commended. But I felt like in that stretch in overtime that Kyle Shanahan played for the field goal, and he thought, I'm going to make Bosa win this and Armstead win this, and I'm going to make DeMeco Ryan win
in overtime?
Yeah, when they kicked the field goal.
In overtime, right?
Yeah. Okay. I felt like he played for the field goal right there. And he didn't really give Jimmy Garoppolo a chance other than the play. I can't remember if it was I don't remember who it was to, but I think it was the third down play. And it wound up being, they wound up being fourth and short.
Where he got stopped at like the 6.
Sure. I'm pretty sure it was to Kittle. So, but regardless, I think that was the only pass attempt there once they got in and goal position. And so I thought, okay, you're in a position to take the lead. I guess I get it. You get in the end zone, the game's over. That was my only, because like you, I didn't feel like the game was over until it was over.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. I will say this. I don't know if I'm doing anything even remotely close to high risk in that situation with Jimmy Garoppolo. Understand? After what he did before, when they had marched down the field and just get points, and you're going to win. And he throws in the triple coverage and gets it picked off he was late to Kittle and in the coverage and got it picked off. Yeah, just give me the little swing pass to the flat, see if we can make Kittle miss one and get in that way. If not, if he hadn't thrown that interception before, maybe you got more confidence in that situation. I'm going to just be like.
But he got you in it doesn't matter. In the end, it doesn't matter. Kyle, whether that was the play call or not, or whether that was Kyle Shanahan's thinking or not, it doesn't really matter. But I felt like Jimmy got you that far.
He did,
and you put him in a position to where he couldn't quite bring it home. The defense had to, because the fact is Detroit scores a touchdown. Game's over. You lost your opportunity to win the game when you kicked the field goal. Now you lost the opportunity for your offense to win the game. When you kicked the field goal, now your defense had to win it for you. Of course, it could have kicked the field goal and could have kept going, but none of that happened. The tie that we so desperately wanted yesterday in the NFL.
You're right.
We'll get to that later.
I will say this on that particular play. It was a low risk type play, Kittle in the flat, but it looked like a one-on-one situation, and we've seen George Kittle break beat him against a cornerback at that. That was a great tackle by that guy, by whoever made that play. That was a big time open field tackle against a guy who breaks tackles for a living. and gets the yak yard. So it was a little conservative, but it was still a possibility for something more to happen there. But it all worked out. But we're talking about Jimmy, man. I can't speak enough about what he was able to do
before
yesterday.
you dive back into Jimmy, because I feel as my partner coined last year, I feel like it would be malpractice if we went any further without acknowledging the fact that a wide receiver yesterday threw a touchdown pass and rushed for a touchdown, and we haven't mentioned him yet. Like, we have in passing, but haven't acknowledged what he did yesterday for this football team, and perhaps more importantly, what he did for this football team through this 18-week season. Like, Deebo has been otherworldly. Like, if Deebo had played like one defensive possession, they talk about like, give this dude the MVP. Remember when JJ Watt was like catching touchdown passes and the NFL media went nuts? Give this man the MVP. This is the greatest thing we've ever seen. The one thing Deebo didn't do was like, be one of those receivers who plays like a cornerback on a Hail Mary possession and catch an interception.
Yeah.
That's the one thing he didn't do this year, was something on the defensive end. He has been the team's best player. He has just been phenomenal.
Unreal.
And I wanted to make sure we mentioned that before you dove back.
That was a good call by you, Mando. Just a brief look at a couple of footnotes from his season. 5th in receiving yards in the league, 1405. And that's with, it really felt like at a certain point in the year, or depending on the game, they just didn't even use him as a receiver. Like, they were like, you're going to be more of a running back today. 6 rushing touchdowns of 10 plus yards. That's tied for first in the NFL. He
with the league's best running back.
Yeah. He led the NFL in yards per reception. This is not, I want to make sure I have this right. I want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Yards per reception, 18.3.
Wow.
He's averaging 18 yards a catch.
Can I point out what might be the most amazing statistic? I had to double check this to make sure this was right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now we both had.
Did he not miss a game this year?
He missed one. Seattle. He missed one.
Okay.
At Seattle. That's when him and Fred Warner were out. But to what you're talking
Week 13,
about,
there it is. Okay.
To what you're talking about, I mean, I thought we talked about it before the season. You got to pencil in maybe 2 or 3 games missed all year for Deebo Samuel, and he didn't get to that. He missed one game. They lost it when he was out. But for the most part, he's been healthy. And there's different ways of going about it. I know I talked about a little bit, Kyle Shanahan in the beginning of the year conserving Deebo and George Kittle. But I mean, I'm off the top of my head. I could be wrong. I probably should have this up. I think he went for like 149 yards receiving in week 1. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like they were never giving him the ball and he wasn't doing anything in week 1, and then they start bringing him along. Like, he's been doing it from week 1.
That's cap. He actually went for 189.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deebo.
He went for 189 yards against Detroit, 9 receptions. And the next week, like, he never, like, your whole theory was trash. I told you that from the beginning. Your whole theory was stupid. 189 yards, 93 yards week 2, 52, 156, 58, 100, 171. That's the first half of the season. As a matter of fact, he had more yards the first half of the season than he did the second.
Jeez.
Now I'm taking a peek at something. Okay, and here's the difference. He had more yards receiving in the first half of the season. The second half, all of a sudden, you look at his rushing totals.
That's what I'm about to say.
His rushing totals completely.
That's what I'm about to say. Changed. That's where my theory was not cap, because they didn't even hand off to him till they got to the point where it was like the season's in jeopardy.
He had six carries the first 9 weeks of the season. In week 10 alone, he had 5. So everything shifted at week 10, 5, 8, 6, 8, 6. Everything changed after week 10.
And essentially, and I'm not there. I'm not even speaking hyperbole. I do think there's a part of Kyle Shanahan that was like, I don't want to necessarily do this unless I have to, because if I do this all year, he's not going to hold up.
Sure.
And look at the game where it happened. It was after the Arizona game that they lost to Colt McCoy, and they were going up against the Rams, and it was like, our season's on the line. Like we have to start winning in a major way. And that's, like you said, 5 carries, 8 carries, 6, 8, 6, 5, 7, 8.
6 carries before from week 1 to week 9. I think the bye is included in there. 53 carries after week 9.
Jeez. Goodness gracious.
That's for Deebo Samuel. Everything changed after that Arizona game, as you pointed out, right?
But you know what?
And they only lost once after that.
Well, check this out. I asked the question.
Twice, Seattle. Sorry, twice.
I asked the question, is there a hotter team in the NFC going into the playoffs? When I talk about, hey, you don't want to face the 49ers and all this other stuff. And when I say that, don't get it twisted. The Niners could easily lose on Sunday. They could lose big. Like, they're not flawless, just like the rest of these NFC teams aren't flawless. Like, they have holes that if they're exposed, it could get ugly. I'm not disputing that. But you talk about they were 3-5 at one point in the season, going into that Rams game, I think it was 3-5. The final 9 games of the season, 7-2. The 2 losses by a combined 10 points, both on the road. They are a tipped pass, and I don't know what you want to say, a missed field goal in Tennessee, whatever, from finish to the season with 9 straight wins.
Okay. I mean, let me first acknowledge I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't know if anybody believes that either New York Giants team that won the Super Bowl was the best team in football. But you don't always have to be the best team in football. You have to be playing the best right now. The 49ers are certainly one of those teams that are playing really, really well right now. I do want to point out that the team that they're going to line up across from this weekend is 5-1 in their last 6 games. You're asking for hotter teams. I'm not picking apart opponents here, KC, but I got 4, 3, 7. I got the Bucks at 7-1 in the last 8 weeks. So and we haven't even touched on the Packers yet, who
I did say
I don't you acknowledge the Packers. I don't think the Packers have stalled at all this season, much to my own personal chagrin. But they did lose yesterday, so
Jordan Love out there. No, but like I said, you even if you want to come with another team or 2 other teams that are playing just as well, absolutely. But nobody's looking at those teams like it's crazy to say Tampa Bay is going to win, or it's crazy to say the Dallas is win. But when OKC says, hey, the Niners can make a run, oh, you're crazy, Homer Caraway. Not you, but if I was
called you Homer Caraway on many.
If I was a Bucks fan and I said, "Yo, there's nobody hotter than the Bucks right now," it'd be like, "Well, yeah, that's reasonable. That makes sense."
The Bucks are the defending champions. Like, you can't really have a hot take when it comes to a team that's lost like a total of 4 games, and oh, by the way, won the Super Bowl last year. That's not really heat.
They missed 3 starters from that starting team, from that Super Bowl team, in the last 4 weeks.
Okay, is Tom one of them? Okay. As long as Captain America's there.
I think the Cowboys' lone loss in those 6 games is to the only team they played over 500. Is that factual?
Right. Let me pull there. I had moved on to the Bucks. Let me pull the Dallas Cowboys back up. They lost to Arizona 22-25. Beat the football team. Beat the Giants. Beat the football team. Beat the Rams. Yeah,
Rams.
I'm sorry, not the Rams. Sorry, no, not the Rams. They beat the Saints. Sorry, I don't know what the hell the Rams came from, but they beat
technically the Saints are over 500. Didn't they finish 9-8? Yeah, I think they did. So 2 teams over 500.
So yeah, I mean, they, like it or not, they blew the brakes off of Philadelphia, who's a playoff team, or at least some version of Philadelphia. But Philadelphia's a playoff team. You like it or you don't like it. They are. But that's the thing with the NFL. Kansas City was done. Patrick Mahomes was over. We had wasted so much energy on the young prodigy quarterback in Kansas City, and then all of a sudden, the resurrection, the greatness. Andy Reid is back. Oh my God, he's a genius. And like the football is such a short season. This stuff happens in the NBA, but most people don't overreact to it because you're 40 games. Like no one's going to react to anything right now unless your basketball team is 10 games under 500 and a perpetual disappointment. No one's going to overreact to what they're seeing because there's still 41 games left.
Right.
In football, you win in a 4-game. You win 4 in a row. That's a quarter of the season, or used to be a quarter of the season. You just like you. All right, let's go. And you know you have a couple of teams right now in the NFC that are playing really, really well. We'll talk.
And I was going to say, we could talk about it more on the site because we're not done with the Niners yet. Okay. This is, I'm going to tell you why this is
it's Kenny's day.
One of the top 5 49er wins, maybe in the last 20 to 30 years. We'll talk about that. And then you kind of scoffed at that Jeff Garcia, Jimmy Garoppolo situation. I want to bring that back up.
Oh, good. Great. Can we talk to Dante Whitner first without getting into an argument? Dante Whitner is going to join us next. We'll preview the Cowboys game. We'll talk about the Raiders and what a night they gave us last night. And yes, we will get to the Sacramento Kings in time. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. Dealing with KC back on ESPN 1320.
Hey, big ups to Pierre Washington. The 49ers barely beat them. You think I give a damn? I don't care. Oh man, y'all crack me up. It's fun though. You guys,
Roddy,
you guys make it fun.
Who called Brady trash? Unless that was something in the chat. That wasn't nobody on this show.
Brady absolutely is not trash.
I was thinking about this, to be honest. I was thinking, this did cross my mind.
Tensions are already high around here.
I believe it. I got the room ready if you.
Oh, she said just go there. Just go before the game. Don't even wait for any kind of outcome.
It's just. How about them Cowboys? Well, hopefully we're busy on Sunday. When you text me that game was on CBS, it was like
don't get no bigger.
I had to get the.
We don't usually ask for these things, but we gotta say
we might have to text Sarah and Ben like, hey, couldn't help but notice. Couldn't help but notice.
Oh, let me bring another a commercial conversation.
Major renovations going on.
Oh my!
Major renovations going on.
Do we have something being added to it?
Well, have you seen it? You know how like it's only like partially floored. Mm-hmm. I'm pulling that floor out and putting like an actual gym, those tiles, the gym floor on it. And
that gym is official.
And that's in prep for an addition that's coming next week.
See, that's what I knew was gonna happen, boy. Something new coming up in there. We riding a bike?
No. I got the assault bike already. It's a little something. But go ahead. What's your commercial?
I was just gonna bring to the light the conversation we had on the show call. Daddy in San Francisco, what were we talking? Oh, we were talking about bowling. And he's like, if you don't have your own bowling ball, you're doing it wrong. And I was like, yeah, I don't have my own bowling ball. I just go with whatever they have. And I go, I do have my own skates though. He's like, really?
Ice skates? Nah, not ice skates, Danny. Poor Danny. He's
like,
at his office in San Francisco working, got us playing in the background. Like, what?
I said, no, man, no, not ice skates, the 4-wheelers. No. Then he goes, I go, roller skating. He goes, rollerblades? I said, no. I said, no, we're going 4 wheels, 4
that's
wheels.
Facts. Jesse just said that was a top 5 show call ever. It definitely was. It definitely was.
I said, that's what we do, man. We roll bounce.
Marcus.
Where is it at? If it ever called for it.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
Oh, man.
Not going to Friday night, but they do have something on Sunday nights out in Roseville that I definitely want to do. Now, I'm not I'm a good, oh yeah, you might pull up. I'm a good skater, and I just really skate to the front, and I kind of bop, and I lean, I could dance, I could do all this. I'm not a spinner. I wish I was, like I really do. Like I think that's super cool, but I can't do all that. Spinner, going full speed, be able to turn around and go backwards full speed. Like I can't do all that. I just kind of, I bop, maybe I cross my legs here and there, with it, but that's really about it. But
cross your legs here and there.
Yeah. Go cross a leg here, and do all that. But that's where it ends for me.
It's been a while since I've been on anything but my 2 feet. On the Odyssey app, indeed.
It's a 49ers Monday on this Odyssey app. You better believe that. And it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Odyssey app, 1320 AM, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. No matter where you're listening, we appreciate you so much for being here. Dante Whitner, NBC Sports Bay Area, and of course, former San Francisco 49ers, going to join us here in just a heartbeat. A lot more to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers. We'll get to the Kings when James Ham joins us coming up at 2:30. Matt George will follow that coming up at 3:30 as the Kings were disastrous last night. And man, I don't see it getting any better tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers, but we will deal with that in time. Lost in all this, the Rams still do make the playoffs. The Rams, in fact, won the NFC West. Cooper Kupp fell short of the reception record. He fell 17 yards shy of Calvin Johnson's receiving record. What was the other record? Oh, was it TJ Watt? I think TJ Watt.
TJ Watt, he tied Strahan, yeah.
And then there was like excitement because they're going to review that play, and which would be the most anticlimactic way to get a record, though I'm sure TJ Watt would be very proud. But TJ Watt matched Michael Strahan's 22.5 sacks. To the best of my knowledge, no one rolled over and fell down for him, and he did miss 2 games. So
okay, so he got technically the same amount of games or one less or whatever.
Yeah, he got that work in as Dante Whitner always gets that work in. Of course, former San Francisco 49er and NBC Sports Bay Area. Dante, we appreciate it. Where would you rank that win yesterday for Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers?
I would rank it up there. I think I would rank it up there with the NFC Championship win over the Green Bay Packers. It was a must win. This team that battle tested. You don't want to miss the playoffs 2 consecutive years. Put that much pressure on yourself. The players fall through all season, and yesterday was indicative of their mindset and the way that they've been grinding at it all year. They haven't played the best of football, but when they have played, they can beat anybody in the league. And they let games go early. They lost 2 to the Seattle Seahawks. They felt like they should have won. They lost to the Green Bay Packers. They left too much time on the clock. They lost to Kurt McCoy, led Arizona Cardinals. So the 49ers, they beat some good teams, but they've also lost to some teams that they felt like they could have beat. So yesterday was indicative of all the work they put in, the ups and the downs, and they're a dangerous playoff team.
Dante, you talk about former great 49er wins. It kind of reminds me, the stakes were a little higher, that it was a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, but you know this all too well. It reminds me of going down to Atlanta in the NFC Championship game, down 17-0. Matt Ryan, like there were moments when you guys were exactly where you're supposed to be on the defensive end, and he was putting it on Julio's hands. He couldn't have walked it up to him any better. And we saw some of that yesterday from Matthew Stafford. Talk about what goes on in that situation and what might have been going on in those defensive huddles on the sideline and stuff. They say, look, we're down 17-0, but if we get a stop here, we give our offense a chance, things of that nature. What goes on in those moments when you got to battle back as a unit?
Well, it's going to sound like coaches talk, but you got to focus in each and every play. Every guy has to focus in on the details, whether it's your angles in the running game, your leverage, being in the right running gap, communication, overly communicating, pursuit angles, tackling, fundamentals. That's what it boils down to. And the fundamentals lacked in the first half. And then it talks about attitude. In the first half, the Los Angeles Rams defense was taking it to the 49ers offense, and in particular the offensive line. They put an emphasis on stopping the run. They put an emphasis on setting the edge in the cutback lanes, and guys were where they were supposed to be. So it always takes that edge. You can't ease into a football game. And then going back to that 2012, they had the perfect storm. They had a big running back. They had Julio Jones in his prime. They had Matt Ryan in his prime. Roddy White, Tony Gonzalez. Offensive line was healthy and performing well. It was tough for us. And we got behind early, but we told ourselves on the sideline, man, let's just take it one play at a time. Let's just do what we do in practice. We got some tip balls. Some things went our way. And then it came down to Navarro Bowman, linebacker, being one-on-one with Roddy White, fourth down, coming through, making the play, taking the hard down. And the similarities between that team when we were coached by Harbaugh and this team that's coached by Shanahan. These guys never give up. They have a brand of football that a lot of teams aren't willing to match or exceed. And that's that physical, hard-nosed, run-you-over, through-your-face mask type of game. And again, this is why they're going to be dangerous in the playoffs.
Dante, you at all surprised with how this defense played, not just yesterday, but how they played really through the second half of the season?
No, I'm not surprised. Going into the season, they knew that the strength of their team was going to be the defensive line. You had Nick Bosa coming off an ACL injury. He had to work himself into shape. This game is endurance, just beating you, just attacking you over and over and over, wearing you down. He gets your sacks in the third and the fourth quarter. This is why half of his sack total comes in the fourth and overtime. Big moments in the game. And you had Arden Key, who was transitioning over from the Raiders. He had to figure out what his skill set was going to be with this team. Eric Armstead, are you going to play outside, inside? I think they're getting into a groove where they understand their rotation up front now, and they understand what they're asked to do. Taking two in the run game is why you see Fred Warner running clean now. You don't see a lot of offensive linemen getting up on him, which is why a guy like Marcel Harris, an undersized guy, can play linebackers because the defensive line is performing well. It's a reason why Ambry Thomas and those guys can play one-on-one sometimes is because the pressure is consistent and they have to get that ball out quick. They know that they're coming. I think they're like fourth in the league in sacks. So it doesn't surprise me that this defense is playing well. It was all predicated on how the defensive line performed, and as they go, the defense will go. And yesterday, Tennessee Titans game, first and second down, this run defense is just phenomenal. So if you can play good run defense, you can get them in third and long, that's a winning formula. So it doesn't really surprise me. They're just heating up at the right time.
Dante, this might have been something that just stood out because the TV cameras were there. But do you think that anybody on that 49ers sideline saw Sean McVay after that second Higbee touchdown run into the end zone and high five? And if they did see it, do you think that kind of woke those guys up? Because I'll tell you this, it woke me up in my living room. I'm like, get your ass back to the sidelines. What are you doing in the end zone? You think any of them saw that and kind of got turned up a little bit after that?
Yeah, players and coaches, they take any little slight as motivation. And for McVay to vacate where he's supposed to be on the sideline, I think that's the first time I ever saw a head coach do that. I don't think I ever saw a head coach celebrate with his team in the end zone. And that's basically saying, we're up 17-0. There's no way that you're going to come back and beat us. We're just going to put it in your face now. And they took that as a slight. And this is why you don't do those type of things until there's zeros on the clock. He regrets doing that now. He lost 6 in a row to him, and you definitely don't want to see him again in the playoffs.
Dante, hey, you spent so much time in those defensive meeting rooms going over game plans. If you were game planning for Deebo Samuel, what are you guys talking about?
Well, you know that they're going to move him around a variety of different spots. You can't really label him a wide receiver. You can't label him a running back. You can't really match him with a linebacker. So you have to have a special type of hybrid guy that can follow him around when he's on the interior. Number 3 wide receiver in the backfield. Number 2, you have to have nickel backs that can contend with his physicality. And then on the outside, you have to have corners that can, deal with the deep ball and him just beating you up. But then you have to have guys that can tackle. So, your defensive philosophy is all predicated on the type of guys you have on defense, because you're not going to stop Deebo Samuel if you don't have just naturally tough guys, right? Guys with tough backgrounds that like to play that gritty, down and dirty physical game. And that's what Deebo brings. There's not a lot of guys in the league individually that can match that type of physicality. And that's why he's taking chains and he's taking bites, and he's named Deebo.
100%. Dante, I know it's early and you're going to dive into this as the week goes along, but my initial thought about this Cowboys game is I respect what the Cowboys bring to the table. They've got playmakers on the defensive end. They got playmakers on the offensive end. It's not going to be any bit of a cakewalk going in there. But I don't know, Dante. I feel like the Niners, this is a good matchup for them. And I think they should be super confident going into Jerry's world and what they could possibly do in a matchup for them. I'll put it this way. I don't know if the Cowboys wanted this matchup.
No, the Cowboys definitely didn't want this matchup. When you hear the myths and whispers and about Kyle Shanahan's offense and how difficult it is on defensive players, not alone just the system, but just individually, how it's predicated on deceiving individual players, getting their eyes in the run spot and taking advantage of looks that all look the same. It's not enough days to practice on a team like this or for a Kyle Shanahan offense, because there's so many variations and motions and shifts and, so much communication that goes into that from the defensive side of the ball. So if you don't have one guy that's locked in with the over communication, then somebody's going to end up free. And then the different variations and runs, after the shift motions and aligning Jeff Wilson and Juszczyk and George Kittle and a motion before the shift of the ball, it's difficult for edge defenders to understand how to block that or take those blocks on the run, the cutback lanes, guys not staying square, getting penetration. It's tough to stop this team. And then then you try to play zone coverage, and they hit you with the RPO game. And now you got Brandon Ayuk playing well with confidence. And Deebo Samuel, you got a screen here. You got a triple screen. George Kittle over the middle. It's so much for defenses to have to prepare for in just a short amount of days. That's why teams in the division have more success versus the 49ers than outside the division teams, is because there's so much variation. And then the defense for the 49ers, whenever you can get pass rush with your front four and you're fourth and third in the league in sacks, and your guys can just play zone defense and tackle, teams don't want to see that. They want to go over the top. They want to beat you over the top. They don't want to have to dink and dunk. They don't believe that they can go 8, 10, 12 plays. So the 49ers are set up for success. I think I'm giving them a 2-touchdown advantage over that.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Stop playing with these boys, Dante. Okay. Stop playing with them. And Rick, real quick, Dante, I got to say this before we let you go. I can't necessarily say it with my chest the way I wanted to after what happened in the Orange Bowl. But remember, I did say when your boys came to Ann Arbor what was going to happen. I'm just reminding you.
Yeah, every dog has his day. I guess you deserve one win in a decade. You guys should be proud of that, but you will not get another one for another 10 years.
No, we coming to the horseshoe next year, baby.
Listen, Harbaugh's about to leave, and it's back to the dumps. You know that.
Oh, my gosh.
Pride of
Harbaugh's about to leave. Back to the dumps.
The Ohio State, our man Dante Whitner. Dante, thanks for always making
you the man, Dante.
We appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you.
Oh man, he dropped.
What you gonna? I mean, what you gonna tell him?
No. Hey. If Dante want to say Happy New Year in the first day of Black History Month, he can do whatever the hell he wants to. I ain't gonna say nothing, man.
We almost marching out here. And he's saying happy.
It's not. It ain't like It's not Ramsey here. It's Dante Whitner. He can say whatever he wants to. Man, be springtime over here talking about New Year. I ain't gonna bother the man. I'm looking at a picture right now of him. I sure as hell ain't gonna bother him. He got the football practice jersey rolled up. I ain't gonna bother that man. That's a grown ass man. Let him say whatever he wants to.
Hey, same to you, Dante. Same to you.
Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Goodness gracious.
Oh man.
I love I love
funny.
hearing defensive players to talk about great offensive players like Deebo, and he talked a little bit about I do feel like It's kind of been quiet, and I think part of it is because there's been some great quarterback play in the NFL this year, and there's also almost like a preconditioned expected collapse. But let me mention this too. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Dak Prescott has had a phenomenal season, man.
Bruh.
Like,
yeah.
I mean,
what he did on Saturday.
He's put up MVP caliber numbers. I mean, I know he's not the MVP. I know that's probably going to Aaron Rodgers for the second time in a row, and I know Tom Brady has had a hell of a season, but he's thrown for 4,400 yards, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Yeah,
and his Dallas Cowboy team, you know, they did a hell of a job. Like he's had a phenomenal season.
Yeah,
and it's a tough. This is two touchdowns. Whoo, goodness gracious! I ain't gonna tell the man he's wrong. This is a hell of a matchup for the San Francisco 49ers.
The Cowboys are tough, man. The Cowboys, they're supremely confident. I mean, look, their team at one point was number 1 in my power rankings. They stayed in the top 5 for a lot of the year, so I think they're more than legit. And like I said earlier, when I talk about, hey, you don't want to see the 49ers. I mean, the Cowboys could easily run the 49ers out of the building with what they can do on the offensive end on Sunday. That would not surprise me. But I could see just the way the Cowboys play. I think there's a I'm gonna have to look into it a little bit more, but from what I can gather from them so far, from what I've seen, they're opportunistic, but they're not shut down on the defensive end. And they're not physical. Like, they're playmakers. Trayvon Diggs is a playmaker.
Yeah.
Parsons is a playmaker.
We'll see. And that's – go ahead. Sorry.
But I was just going to say, it feels like the Niners – I could see the Niners getting into what they did in that third quarter to the Cowboys rather easily. We're just saying, okay, I'm going to hand it off and we run it.
So my concern with that is – Micah Parsons putting you in a position where, because I don't think it could be done quite as easily. And I have two concerns. One of them being, I think the Cowboys could do to you what you did to the Rams in the second half.
I don't think they run the ball like that no more. I really don't. I think they're more on Dak's arm now than they were maybe a couple years ago.
They're definitely heavy on Dak's arm, but I think they also know it's the playoffs now, and you have to do some things differently in the playoffs.
I think
Zeke is capable. Still.
I think if they win, because I don't see it that way. I think if they win, it'll be more like Matthew Stafford in that first half, where maybe CeeDee Lamb is playing the role of Cooper Kupp, and we just got no answer for him. Like, that's okay. And they're slinging it. I could see that happen. I don't think they're gonna punk the Niners on the ground. I don't see that.
Oh, I don't think they are. No. But I think they're capable. I don't think they are. But my concern defensively, though. Mm-hmm. With the 49ers offense against the Cowboys defense, is you talked about, you can see the 49ers doing what they did to the Rams in the second half against the Cowboys. My concern about that is Micah Parsons putting you in a position where, instead of, you got Elijah Mitchell picking up a couple of yards on first down and suddenly you're in 2nd and 6, Micah Parsons is putting you in 2nd and 12.
Right.
That's my concern with that defense. That's my concern with those matchups right there.
We also don't know what's going on with Trent Williams. He was a scratch for Sunday. We talked about that. So they're gonna need him. And once again, on the sidelines is still the swaggiest offensive lineman, one of the swaggiest football players in the game. That boy Trent Williams. Oh man, he be coming with it. But we don't know what's going on with him. And then right before the game-winning drive, I felt really bad for McCovitz, because he filled in for Trent Williams, and you didn't hear from him all day. He played so well. Then in the biggest moment, Von Miller got around him for the sack that looked like it might close the game out. And I was like, oh, that's rough. But they ended up getting another opportunity.
I just want to remind everybody, Kenny Caraway is here today, as Mitch is on the phone, 916-349-1320.
You hear me, Mitch?
What's up, Mitch?
How you guys doing, KC? I want to apologize, especially Damon. I insulted Damon by calling you name calling him your name. So I apologize to Mitchell. I thought you were both in. I hope you had a nice long weekend.
I had an okay weekend. I had a lot going on, man. I appreciate you. I heard you though. I was listening from a remote location when you were breaking down the trades. You asked me about Cam Reddish. You was like, "What you think about that, KC?" And I couldn't say anything because I wasn't there.
Never know who's listening. Hey, great game by the 49ers. Man, they really smack it to the lines, to the Rams. You could take the quarterback out of Detroit, but the Detroit Lion quarterback situation follows him. And Odell Beckham, so overrated, so overrated.
Okay.
What is wrong with that guy? If the 49ers play like that like yesterday, they should have been 13-4.
Them New Yorkers,
You're not wrong,
New Yorkers do not like Odell Beckham.
No, they're not feeling Odell.
I love you, Mitch.
I had another New York trade that I came up with a couple weeks ago that I probably want to revisit here. I probably do.
New York trade?
Yeah, we'll get to it. But Mitch says Niners probably should have been 12-4. And I agree with him. I was thinking when I thought the Niners were going to lose, actually, I think I even tweeted out yesterday, like after the second Jimmy interception, I was like, it's criminal that this 49ers team won't be in the playoffs, won't get a chance, and the Eagles and the Saints will. Because it's
one particular individual on our timeline into a little fit with that tweet, but go ahead.
I didn't even see that.
Our man Matt Pearson.
Matt.
Up over the Eagles.
He responds to everything I say about the Eagles. The Eagles are sorry. Matter of fact, that reminds me. I said the Patriots and the Bucks won't win a playoff game. I'm going to run that back, or I can say that I was dead wrong right now because the Patriots ain't winning. I'll tell you that. But the Bucks are going to mop the floor with the Eagles. Like that's going to be a beat now. That game won't be close, but we'll get to that later on. But yeah, man.
I feel like your brain is running like 1,000,000 miles an hour. This is as excited as I've ever seen you.
It's a lot going on. I got so much to say. I only have 4 hours to say it too. It's crazy.
All right. That's all right. We got you. It's your show, baby. Take your time.
But I was going to say, like, the Niners should be, really, in my opinion, should be around 11-6 or whatever it is, 12-4. And I'm not even saying that to blame anybody. Like, the games that they lost, they had nobody to blame but themselves. Like, I think the Colts game is a game they should have won. You know what I mean? Like, I know it was in the rain or whatever, but the Colts didn't do much of nothing. They gave that to them. Seattle game, they had no business. The second one, they had no business losing that game. Hell, even the first one, they dominated the Seahawks in the first half and couldn't get more than 10 points. They made their bed or 7 points, actually. They made their bed in a lot of that. And it would just be frustrating. It's nobody's fault. It's not, the tiebreaker rules, which are stupid. But I mean, if you handle business a couple of different times, you wouldn't be in this situation. So luckily it didn't come down to that. But yeah.
Could be worse.
What's
Could
that?
be the Colts.
Oh my gosh. Literally, maybe the worst loss in the history of Western civilization.
You know what? It didn't even dawn on me till this morning. It's 5 a.m. I'm in my freezing garage, just doing my best to get through a workout.
You're getting it in.
I burst into laughter. Legit, just started laughing when I remembered Chris Collinsworth and Al Michaels just several weeks ago said Carson Wentz was putting up MVP caliber performances. And I know, like, sometimes I listen to Chris Collinsworth and wonder what the hell world I'm living in. Those dudes, I mean, I ain't never, if you can get someone to ride for you the way national broadcast teams ride for Carson Wentz, hold on to them forever.
Right. That is just so now.
These fools said Carson Wentz is putting up MVP caliber number. Man, it's really extraordinary what he's doing this season. What? Philadelphia Eagles fans were watching that game last night. Like, I seen that before. It wasn't even last night. It was yesterday afternoon. I seen that before.
I'm glad we got off of that.
I'm familiar with that. Ain't my problem. My problem.
Hey, I got something that I was thinking about all weekend, and this will be real quick. You don't have to wait to the other side, but this is a nod to those who think all sports are fixed.
Okay.
Remember, I tell you guys a story. There's a buddy of mine who thinks all sports are fixed. Like it is all just a big illusion of competitiveness. They're all
Is this
fixed.
the same buddy who doesn't pay his mortgage?
No.
Okay, different guy.
It's
Okay.
not him.
I question some of your friends.
But this is one that he'd probably point at because I saw those. You see the commercials this weekend? Like I saw it on Saturday morning or something like that, where it was 2 Chainz talking about get ready for the playoffs. And they're going through there like, get hyped up for the playoffs, super wild card weekend. And it's this montage of Pat Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and you're doing this. You know, it's one of those things that gets you hyped, almost a hype video. And George Kittle was in it. The Saints were not. On 2 different occasions. There was 2 different ones, and there was another Niners clip. No, Saints. The Saints weren't in either one of them.
Here's the real kicker. Was Derek Carr in it?
I think the Raiders might have been in it. I'm going to have to look at it. I'm going to pull it up on YouTube. It was noticeable because, like, the Eagles were in it. I mean, but then you would say, okay, maybe they won't. Why not just go with teams that already clinched? You could have had a fine montage without the 49ers. They hadn't clinched.
Seems like a perfect segue into mentioning BetQL's Giving Props is a free-to-play contest that starts this Wednesday and runs through the rest of the pro football postseason. It's easy. Each playoff round, BetQL will post 10 props. The person with the most correct picks each week wins $2,000, and just by signing up, you'll be automatically entered into a random grand prize drawing of $10,000. Go to betql.com/props to sign up. Again, that's betql.com/props to sign up. And beginning this Wednesday, you can make your picks and win cash. We're going to come back. A couple of more things on the 49ers I want to touch on, particularly Jimmy Garoppolo. And then we got to talk about the Raiders who are headed to the playoffs. Lots more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320.
So back to Conspiracy Gate, as I just watched the commercial. The Niners were the only team that hadn't clinched that were in that commercial. Yeah, I'll take it.
Conspiracy.
You must internalize the flatulence.
I'm not sure why he thinks like I stopped asking him questions, but he definitely thinks it's all rigged. He points to his one shining moment is the Seahawks Patriots Super Bowl and the catch that got him to the goal line where Jermaine Kearse like lays on his leg and he catches the ball or whatever. And he looks to Paul Allen. They go to Paul Allen in the box, and he's not happy. Like it is a bit of a weird reaction. Like my partner was saying, like, or my buddy was saying, like, look at Paul Allen. Like he's looking at it like that wasn't supposed to happen. The owner of the Seahawks, not happy, not jubilation, not oh my gosh, I can't believe what I just saw. He's just looking there like.
That's funny.
Or the call was made that you know what you got to do, Pete, because something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. So do what you're supposed to do. Now, mind you, I don't believe any of this, but yeah, that was his one of his moments.
Oh man, that's funny. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? I know a lot of you already have and greatly appreciate it, but you know, the more the better.
Hey, Mark, yeah, man, it's up there in it, D'Lo. The hoodie.
This one, yeah, it's there. Yeah, it's there.
Go peep that.
Yes, yeah, hoodie, crew neck, tribal and tee, all posted, and mask actually. D'Lo KC 1320.
Get your mask, please.
Yeah. How much easier would your jobs be if it was all fixed? You could have your whole season written up ahead of time. I think part of what's fun though is the genuine reaction to it though. That's the fun part. Like I don't think it would be fun if that would be that would be like that wouldn't be fun. As long as we don't know. Shoot, it'd be like reacting to you got huge podcasts that just react to TV shows, scripted stuff.
Well,
as long as we don't know the outcome, it's fine. Raiders going off script like Vince Russo, WCW. That's funny. That's a good call right there, Christian. That's a good line. It always looks a little funny when Kenny has to use the computer and he slides in a little bit closer.
Gotta get to it.
Like, if I take myself out the screen, we get like an extreme. That's not.
It's not that close.
No, it widens out a little bit. It's actually a little different, a little easier. Oh man, yeah, we can't explain the Kings, man. Well, see, I see if it was fixed, NFL would have let that game last night go to a tie, except
they want
NFL probably would have wanted Pittsburgh in it.
They don't want the Chargers.
They don't want the Chargers there. Herbert didn't make the cast list. Y'all are funny. You're really running with the
Cowboys fan. Oh God.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure Memphis would love that. Yes. I don't think Memphis has any desire to do that. Oh, appreciate it. You guys kept hitting the thumbs up, man. Thank you for that. Thank you. And if you're new to the show, if you just haven't subscribed yet, become a subscriber. We're on the road to we're a ways away, but we're approaching 2,000.
Let's get there.
Knocking on the door 1.8. And 2,000's right around the corner. Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
It is a 49ers Monday, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Not only is it a 49ers Monday, it's a 49ers Victory Monday.
Hey, now.
Not only is that, it is a 49ers playoff berth clinched Monday. Let's go.
It's not just the 49ers that are going to the playoffs. It's the Raiders as well. We'll jump on that here in just a second. We asked over on YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Who's Sunday's biggest winner? Jimmy G, the 49ers, the Raiders, or the NFL?
The NFL. What I saw yesterday was one of the great football Sundays of all time. Of all time.
I'm sure a lot of this falls into who you're a fan of. 27% say the 49ers. 26% say Jimmy Garoppolo. Another 26% say the NFL. And 21% say the Raiders.
This
is not as trash as the poll question I posted last week. I'm feeling good.
I'm about to say this is exactly what you would want.
This is exactly what I would want.
Yeah,
unless, of course, it's a dumb question because I feel like I just asked you to vote for your favorite team. Like some 49er fans may have voted for Jimmy Garoppolo. Raider fans voted for the Raiders. And then fans of every other team voted for the NFL.
But look, I said my favorite team won. I said the NFL.
You did. Okay. It was a tremendous day in the NFL. Let's talk about, maybe we split our vote between, and we're going to get to the Raiders here in just a second, and I guess at some point we'll deal with King's business as well. James Ham going to join us about an hour from now. Matt George will join us in the final hour of the show, about 3:30. Matt George will be with us. You talk about winners last night. Jimmy Garoppolo, big winner, and I'm not just talking about the game. San Francisco 49ers, big winner last night. Not just talking about the game. You talk about ideal scenarios heading into an offseason in which it's universally known you're parting ways with this particular quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Garoppolo, which I feel like Jimmy Garoppolo was cashing in a $100 million contract this offseason no matter what. To me, Jimmy Garoppolo guaranteed that $100 million contract with his performance yesterday. And the San Francisco 49ers may have worked themselves into a
first-round pick,
a potential nice little trade here for the quarterback who gutted it out yesterday and had a hell of a fourth quarter.
This is the rare occasion. I talked about this with you a little earlier, but this is the rare occasion where I'm ready to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, and I really like Jimmy Garoppolo. I really like him. When the experiences that you have with Jimmy is you don't always trust him, and because he can just kind of get loose with the football sometimes, you're always kind of expecting for that other shoe to drop. But the fact remains, it's a damn good quarterback right there. That, in my opinion, is a top half of the quarterback QB. Like
you do that all of the time. He's like right in the middle.
I don't know about that. Well, how many we got? 32 teams in the NFL?
Teams.
He ain't 16.
Okay, maybe he's 15.
He's like 12. He's like 12. That is above average. Jimmy is good. He can play.
Dude, I love you, and I love when you do this. You're so happy that you're so reactionary to the last thing that you saw. You wanted to yank Jimmy yesterday. You were mad at Jimmy yesterday.
I was mad at Jimmy yesterday. Absolutely. I wanted to get him out of there. But part of that had to go with the fact that I thought, like, if he was healthy, I wouldn't have wanted to yank him. Part of that came from the fact that I thought he was hurt and he wasn't able to throw the ball he wanted. And I was like, yo, get him out. But I also said, if he was healthy, it'd be a no-brainer. You start him over Trey. Been consistent with that.
No, you have.
So I think he's a good quarterback. The biggest thing with Jimmy Garoppolo, in my opinion, is the contract, and he can't stay healthy. That's why the 49ers are moving on from him. Not because he's not good.
Okay.
Like it's not
I saw this on Twitter.
Daniel Jacobs situation.
No, not at all.
I'm not saying you're saying that, but people,
not at all.
I think people look at Jimmy like he's a bad quarterback. He's not a bad quarterback at all.
He's not. You can't be like, oh, gross Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, who do you like? Oh, you know, it would be better Kirk Cousins. You can't like Jimmy's. I think the best thing I saw, one of the most accurate things I saw on Twitter yesterday, Ben Jordan, I think he's over at the Sacramento Kings still, wrote, this is the full Jimmy Garoppolo experience. This was after he tied the game.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Jimmy Garoppolo experience right here. The interceptions, the ability to come back, the ability to execute a 2-minute drive, the ability to put your team in a position to win after potentially putting your team in a position to lose. That is the full Jimmy Garoppolo experience. Yeah. And this is the second time in the last handful of weeks. I can't remember the game. I know you will. Didn't Jimmy lead a drive with 80-something yards, 2 minutes left?
Bro, it was like, don't get me the line, but it was 98 yards in Seattle.
That's right. And it fell short. They didn't get it. That's right.
98 yards in Seattle. He came and got the game-winning drive against Cincinnati. when it was kind of the same situation in overtime that the Niners had yesterday. It was flipped. The Bengals kicked their field goal and took the lead, and the Niners needed to score a touchdown to win. He let that one down there. We talk about the Green Bay game. The Green Bay game.
Much time on the clock.
Yep. He let the game-winning drive. And then
too fast.
Then if we go back, we talked about it numerous times, the second half of what he did in 2019 when people thought he was just a handoff artist. When you talk about earlier today, he won that game. There was a few games in 2019 that he won. Like they was on his arm and he won. He delivered. Jimmy, a good quarterback, man. Like I said, it's semantics maybe, but I think he's a top 12, just outside the top 10 type quarterback. And if you're Miami, like you get Jimmy, you can win. You can win if you got Jimmy. You're
no, they can't because they fired their coach today. So no, Miami can't win.
The fact that they're idiots may prevent them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the fact that the Miami Dolphins and their owner are massive idiots, and apparently their general manager is one too, and he got in his feelings a little bit and fired a coach who exceeded expectations last year, went 10-6, missed the playoffs, finished above 500 again this year, and was fired today. So yeah, no, Miami can go to hell.
Well,
straight to hell.
Check this one out. New Orleans gets Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay,
it's a good team. Like, you're cooking if you're Sean Payton with Jimmy Garoppolo and you got that defense that you have. Like I talked about it earlier. You're not gonna go to the Giants and take them from zeros to heroes.
I know,
but you got a team that's in flux with good pieces around. Hell yeah, I'd go after Jimmy.
I know your heart is full of Jimmy Garoppolo love right now. I know that. I understand that. But he's done getting injured?
No.
Or you're just going to operate under the assumption he's not going to get injured anymore?
No, he's worth the risk. Because
New Orleans is going to have, whoever signs him, and you're right. I believe he is worth the risk. And this is going to be a fascinating year to watch quarterbacks move around because there's the Aaron Rodgers situation, and now I'm of the belief that Aaron Rodgers ass ain't going anywhere. But that means Jordan Love kind of has to. You got to figure out what you're going to do there. We said Russell Wilson's gone. He's going somewhere else.
Wow.
Is Las Vegas targeting either one of those guys? Because if they are, Derek Carr is gone.
Yeah.
We know Jimmy Garoppolo is gone. Like there's some
moves to be made.
And then there's the Baker Mayfield situation in Cleveland. There's interesting stuff there to watch. I think Baker Mayfield's going to be the quarterback of Cleveland next year, but it could get a little dicey as we get closer.
How do you think that happens? Like, you think he's
under contract next year? Well, it's just what's he going to do? Is he going to hold out? Is he going to be like, I'm not going to come? I'm not coming. Because to me, like, I know it's tough, but you're in a good spot if you do that. Kirk Cousins didn't do a lot of things right, but his guaranteed money is pretty jaw-dropping, and it's the fact that he forced the Washington football team with his play, by the way. He forced the Washington football team to pay him twice, guaranteed money, massive amounts of guaranteed money. If they don't get to a contract extension and Baker can go out and play well, and that's a big if, but he can go out there and play well, Cleveland's in a position to either sign him or franchise him. If they franchise him, shoot, ride it out. Take that money, ball, try to build off of what you did last year. Then you put them in a position where you don't need to sign a long-term extension. Make them franchise you again. And all of a sudden, in 2 years, you've made $70 million.
That's the play for Baker, for sure. But if I'm the Browns,
Cleveland is let him play, hope he fails.
So do you want to do that, though, if you're Cleveland? So
what other choice do you have?
If I'm Cleveland and if I can go get Jimmy Garoppolo or keep Baker around and go on these franchise tag contracts,
and you got to trade. You got to do what the Jets did. You have to trade Baker.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking. If you're the Browns and you got a shot, let's go after Jimmy or keep Baker around.
I don't know that I'm running to get Jimmy. With
or
Baker.
keep Baker around. I'm taking Jimmy.
I don't know who Baker Mayfield is. Like, I feel like he had a really good rookie year. But what is he like? What does that mean? He is what he is. What is he?
I think he's a below average quarterback.
Okay.
Because at this point, he's had one good showing where it wasn't really like it was more so because
he had two good showings. That's not true.
Which one?
He had a good rookie year, and then he had a good
the rookie year was
second year,
solid.
the third
rookie
year.
Year was solid. Yeah.
So he's played 4 years, and right now he's 50%. That's an F, especially for a number 1 overall pick. That is an F. But you giving up on you moving on? Like, Cleveland's confident enough to move on from him and continue that hold on, we're live, pal. Quarterback carousel. Thank you.
When it comes to the fact, well, it depends on what he's willing to take, right? So if he's willing to take the contract that I'm willing to give him, then sure, we can stay.
Is it $100 million?
No.
Oh, okay, then no.
All right, well, no, then no to you too. Then
there ain't no.
I'm out. It's like, we're gonna move you because that's the price for you.
There's no reason, but based on what?
Based on what? What you mean?
But you said that's the price for you. Based on what? Like the market the
based
market
on the fact
value.
That we don't think you're very good. We don't think you're worth
and
on
you don't
like
pay
your
him.
gameplay.
Then you don't pay him. You let him go. There's no in between.
So
you're either in or you're out. There's no in between.
That's what I'm saying. I move on from him.
Okay, so you're out. I'm not out.
But what do you do with the what if he holds out?
I don't know. If he holds out, you better have a sense of if he's going to hold out now. You better have a feel for what your relationship is with Baker Mayfield and his agent right now. Because if you smell the threat of a holdout, I'd move on.
Yeah.
I'd move on.
But all this is to say, Jimmy Garoppolo will help a lot of teams out. And
he will.
To your Raiders point, you say the Raiders
help
are
out
looking for
Cleveland.
these guys. You say if the Raiders are looking for one of these guys that are open, man, I'd hang on to Derek Carr, man.
Man,
I like Derek Carr a lot better than more people. It seems like in the Raider Nation and all. I think Derek Carr is good. Is he without flaws? No, of course he has his warts, but I think that's a good QB right there. I do.
That was phenomenal theater last night.
Oh man,
that was just a flawless way to cap off the Sunday. And shout out to all of the wonderful people who were smart enough to go straight from the 49ers Classic into Sunday Night Football. Maybe you tuned in for a few minutes to watch Klay Thompson, which I definitely did. I wanted to see the introduction. I wanted to see the crowd response. Wanted to see the emotion in the start of the game. By the way, quick question. Don't want to derail us, but have to ask. Why exactly did Draymond Green have to start the game yesterday?
So you were wondering that too, huh?
Okay.
I mean, because they think they go on Draymond a lot. I didn't tweet about it. I didn't say no. I saw what happened, and I just kind of rolled my eyes and kept scrolling. But you brought it up, so I'm just this wasn't about you, Draymond.
But he needed to make it about him. Like that was so dumb. It's whatever. That got nothing to do with anything.
That was Sean McVay in the end zone. Like, this has nothing to do with you, sir. This has nothing to do with you. Klay will be just fine whether you start or not.
This is only the second time the Raiders have been in. Wow, is this right? This is the second time the Raiders have been in the playoffs since 2002?
Yep.
My goodness. Of course, they had the very forgettable Connor Cook game
against the Texans
following the tremendous season Derek Carr had where he got hurt. But that was such great theater. Shout out to the Raiders and shout out to Brandon Staley. I don't know what happened at the end of that game. Everyone will speculate on as to what Derek Carr meant when he said The timeout changed the play call. Brandon Staley said something about personnel not being right and all of these different things. I don't know if they were playing for the tie or they weren't playing for the tie. But it was tremendous theater to watch that game play out, knowing Pittsburgh is somewhere. It's Monday in Pittsburgh, and they're watching this game, begging for the Raiders to score here at the end and get them into the playoffs. And the fact that they did, I don't like Ben Roethlisberger, but I have just endless amounts of respect for Mike Tomlin. So, good for him and good for them for getting in there. But what great theater from Derek Carr and the Raiders yesterday.
That was some great stuff. Usually when you hear these scenarios laid out, at least for me, somebody goes, yeah, they get in with a so-and-so win or tie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we don't even really have to say the tie. I know technically you have to say it. You don't have to say the tie. Like, it ain't happening. And then we were literally probably a timeout away from the tie actually happening. And at that point, I said it on Sports Sunday last night. If that timeout isn't called, or hell, for the whole overtime, I don't know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm either team, to be honest with you, it's so easy to be like, I would go about it this way. I don't know what the hell I would have done, because the bottom line is get into the playoffs. And the only way you guarantee you get into the playoffs is with the tie, right?
Yep.
Like, even with that field goal at the end, it could have been blocked. He could have.
Bro. Okay, Kenny Collinsworth here on D-Lo and KC today.
Hey.
Chris Collinsworth was damn near orgasmic going over these different scenarios. Oh, okay, Al, but let me tell you here, Al, what if, okay, play along, what if? And it was like every commercial break, they would come back and he would be so excited to go over, what if it's tied with 2 minutes? Do you take a knee? Do you take it? Do you assure you? Anything could happen here on this. He said the exact same thing you did. Anything could happen on this field goal attempt right here.
You gotta, but I think you gotta. He's right.
It was one of the funniest
You gotta run that through your head, because that's I'm just thinking about the worst case scenario in these situations. Like, just please don't let it get blocked or a fumbled snap, and if it's too far away, it might be like the Alabama Auburn game from years ago. Yeah, it might be like that. Yeah. So I'm just like, with the one sign saying in the crowd, take the tie, take the tie, something like that, man. But that was some good stuff. And Justin Herbert, he was 34 of 64 in the game. I think he had 20 of those incompletions on the final drive of the game.
Dude, Justin Herbert, he threw a pass in overtime that legit made me yell, what are you doing? He like with the clock.
The quick out?
Yes,
inside.
Like, he threw it in the inside of the hash marks, and I was like, if he catches that pass, the game's over. If he catches that pass, the clock just ends.
Oh, you mean in the fourth quarter? So yeah, right. It was the one before the guy caught it at the 12 and rolled out of bounds. He threw. I know exactly what you're talking about. He threw it inside the numbers, like you said.
Right.
If luckily the guy, I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he kind of just hit it. He got his hand on it and it went out of bounds. But if he catches the ball, the defender's right there, it's done.
That's a wrap.
He was just rifling balls to the side. Like, just I swear he had 20 incompletions on the final drive.
Man, he threw the ball 64 times. Shout out to my man Josh Jacobs, by the way. I'm a big Josh Jacobs fan. But shout out to the Raiders for giving Josh Jacobs the ball and allowing him to do his work yesterday for 132 yards. Had damn near as many yards as Derek Carr had throwing. Not a knock on Derek Carr. They did what they had to do. They got themselves in the playoffs, and the Raiders won their final 4 games of the season.
That's big time.
By a combined 12 points.
Wow. Clutch. Derek Carr. Clutch.
34 games were decided on the final play this season, the most in any season in NFL history. And Sarah Hodges loves to ask this question. Their kicker's their MVP. Carlson is like he's money.
He is money.
Like he is super, super reliable, and
He's absolutely money.
He was absolutely that yesterday.
Yeah.
5 of 5 on field goals, 9 of 9 on lead-changing field goal attempts in the final 2 minutes of games this season. He is the very definition of clutch. So shout out to the Raiders in Raider Nation.
Yeah, big ups to them. But look at Ramsey tapping back in here. A W is a W. No one questions by how many points. He just got done saying Matthew Stafford gave the game away for the 49ers. I said, boy, Ramsey, boy, I tell you.
Ramsey, one of our most loyal, one of our most loved ones. But boy, Ramsey.
Get that hate out your heart.
You know what? You know what? If I know Roddy's listening, Roddy's always here riding with us. I'm taking the BTR moniker off Roddy and giving it to Ramsey. Ramsey is now enshrined as the one and only BTR. Bad take Ramsey.
Oh, man.
He owns that one.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Lo KC, can we get Armstead on the line or what? Well, I don't think we're contractually allowed to get Eric Armstead on the phone, but I'll send him Fig and Vines. Get Fig and Vine on the phone. We'll send him some flowers because he deserves them, man. He has had a phenomenal second half of the season. The 49ers are in the playoffs. The Raiders are in the playoffs. And your Sacramento Kings are not. We've delayed the inevitable. It's been fun. Now we'll talk.
You got to bring me down now.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Yeah, we'll deal with the Kings. We'll get back to the 49ers as well. But James Ham is going to join us. And by the way, College Football National Championship is today.
Yes.
On ESPN 1320. Coverage will begin right after D-Lo and Casey wrap up today. So we'll come back and we will talk about the disaster that is the basketball team that occupies the Golden One Center. By the way, they play Cleveland tonight. Good God. Oh, my gosh. We'll talk Kings basketball when D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Is it that many? A game and a half? I didn't even think it was that many. Probably. I guess when you lose to Portland.
No, I hadn't even really paid any energy towards boxing this weekend because everything was going on. But yeah, I mean, we hear all the time who Charlo or Canelo was supposed to be facing and all this other stuff. I'm not putting a lot of energy in that until the contract is signed. Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract. I know people are turned up by that right now. I hope it happens. I would love to, but I've seen these things put out too many times in the past with not just Canelo, but all fighters. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But that reminds me talking about like there was just so much going on. I was like overstimulated this weekend. Like it was just a lot going on. Just a lot happened, right? Just a lot happened. You know, I had a funeral on Friday. So I had the funeral on Friday. And then afterwards, it was really nice though. We got together, fish fry at my uncle's house. You know, everybody was together, just hanging out. It was good stuff. Saturday, Reese had baseball assessments. Shout out to LYB. He did his thing there. Then we had the bright idea. We went and got an Oculus. And that thing's crazy. That thing is.
Oh, that's the virtual reality thing.
Yeah, that thing is.
Yeah.
did.
Jesse was just talking about that last week.
I did. I tried Creed. You talking about Creed? No, I did a real quick thing with the boxing thing. That was insane. But it was like it was almost. The virtual reality is crazy on that. Like they had the Jurassic World thing where you're in the Jurassic World scene and it's almost too much. I'm like, yo, it's too much.
So it's worth it?
I think so. I think we'll get a lot out of it or whatever. But as far as
is it worth it if you don't have any 9-year-olds in the house and you're just by yourself? I've always been curious about those things.
It depends on what they got the exercise stuff in that. I don't know if I'm exercising in it, but it is very cool. The Oculus is very cool. But it's like at one point they have you, one of the little home screens is like this loft. And before I was just in this open space, like this open bubble. So I didn't, I wasn't tripping. I put the thing on and the home screen comes on and I'm like in this loft overlooking a cliff and this valley. And it took me by surprise. I was like, yo, I wasn't ready for this. It was a lot. And then it's 360, right? So I got the thing on. If I turn around, it's like if I turned around right now and saw all these bottles. So it was at first it was just a little creepy. I was like, bro, like I need to be able to get out of this world if I need to.
Take the headsets off, Kenny.
There's that. But I got that. And then Sunday was obviously football. It was just overstimulation this weekend.
I feel like maybe and I don't know if this is still a thing, but they at least it existed at some point. Weren't they trying to do virtual reality NBA games?
Yeah, kind of. Okay. Yeah, I forgot how they were setting that up, but
like not playing an NBA. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I wonder how that went. They could bring it back with this Oculus thing, though. They could figure that out.
Is it just one headset?
Crazy. Yeah.
Or one eyes? Okay.
This thing crazy.
I love boxing.
And I just did the demo, so I don't know what's going on. They have Creed, and that was pretty cool because you're in the ring, you look around, you see the arena, the upper deck. Like everything is all the way around. That's what I'm saying. That's what tripped me out. Like it's really all up in your face, and there's no getting away from it. There's no like, in the old little thing the shutter thing, there's a black on the side, right? So you could turn and it'd be black. No, it is whatever is world you're in is on the sky.
Wow.
You go into the space, you're looking down on Earth. It's just also I don't like heights, so that has something to do with it too, probably.
I have to look into it.
Oh, James, okay. It was the Oculus they were trying to do live games on, so maybe they bring that back. That'd be pretty cool if they could do that, though.
Yeah, I would love for them to do that.
All you haters, I got time today because it's a 49ers Monday. And it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. I got time today for all these Niner haters.
You feeling yourself today? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
I'm
happy for everybody. Raider fans, everybody.
Actually came down compared to my IG live I had yesterday.
Well, it was great yesterday. I didn't see the live. I saw the story.
It was a live that got converted to the. Oh no, you didn't see this. You didn't see the 5-minute rant.
I didn't. No, I didn't get the alert. Yeah. I saw you yelling, crazy. And then for whatever reason, Instagram was having fun with me because I went straight from I am K Diddy to an extremely close-up shot of Butcher Boy. Joe Shasky screaming into his phone like, let's go, like I wasn't sure if Bush was excited for the 49ers or if he was about to get involved in the most violent fist fight he had ever had, but my man was hyped. Like you were funny last night on the internet.
Yeah, when you get a chance, I think I went full Snoop Dogg at the Source Awards on Sean McVay on 99. You know what I'm saying? It was lit. I gotta admit that IG Live was lit. They had me turned up. It was seconds after the game, so I was all the way ready to go. But speaking of Butcher Boy, I reached out to them, and maybe this is for later in the week. We didn't really dive into it, but I actually reached out to them during the show about what I had kind of brought up about Jimmy jumping over Jeff Garcia. And they're kind of on the fence, you know. Jeff was great. Jeff was great. No shade, but Jimmy didn't make the Pro Bowls. But it's weird because aside from one season, the numbers are kind of similar. And Jimmy has, to me, he has more big time playoff moments, better wins. Jeff Garcia has the big one. We're going, you know, beating the Giants, coming back from, I think, 22 down or whatever the case may be. But Jimmy, when you combine some of the regular season moments and the playoff moments that he's had, that resume gets with Jeff Garcia for sure.
Can I be honest with you? I never considered Jeff Garcia great. I never considered him a great quarterback or a great 49er quarterback. Like, I never thought of Jeff Garcia as anything more than a 49er quarterback.
Oh, he's a pretty good one, man. He got us to the playoffs a few times. He has some really.
It wasn't very long though. Maybe part of it is it's tough. Like judging quarterbacks in San Francisco, it's tough. It's going to be like judging quarterbacks in Green Bay. Like you can't judge. You can't judge. Like if you know what sentence you're never going to hear. Wide receiving franchise record falls in San Francisco. You're never going to hear that sentence uttered here.
Okay, what Deebo does.
Right. It's a different, like it's tough to judge great quarterbacks, great wide. Jeff Garcia was just a I don't know. Until you brought him up, like this was, I don't know, might've been last year. Until you brought him up in a conversation, I never really thought about it before. It's not bad. Like it's not like he's terrible. It's like, oh my gosh, what were they thinking? He's just like, he's kind of, okay.
Three-time Pro Bowler with the 49ers. 1 year, I think he had 4,200 yards passing. And like he had a great, but they were like 6-10 that year. Got him to the playoffs on 2 different occasions. I think he went 1-2 in the playoffs. He had some moments. Obviously, the biggest moment was coming back in that Giants game. I mean, that's probably what puts him in this conversation. Like if he doesn't have that game, he's probably not even in this conversation. But that is such a all-time moment in 49er history, kind of in NFL playoff history. That's what, all right, now we can look at your numbers and look at what you did here. So he had that. But Jimmy, I mean, granted, I was a younger KC, but Jeff Garcia, I can't remember him doing what Jimmy did in 2019 in the Superdome against the New Orleans Saints. I can't remember him doing what Jimmy did on the last game of the season 2 years ago in Seattle to win in a place the Niners hadn't won in 10 years or something like that. I can't remember Jeff Garcia doing what Jimmy did yesterday.
Yeah.
Like Jimmy is.
And it should be like what Jimmy did yesterday was really special. Like that was, I mean, you brought this up last week. I think it was on the show, but you brought up like, could this be Jimmy's moment? Could this like etch itself? And you know, you play hurt, you do all of these things. And at the time I was like, that's dumb. No, stop saying Homer Caraway things. Like that's silly. Like he can't. But I don't think I visualized him doing what he did yesterday, because now when you put it all together, the comeback win, technically it was on the road, I guess.
I've been telling y'all he was going to be out there. I've been telling y'all what it was going to look like.
The thumb injury and the way he executed down the stretch, like that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I know you probably seen this about that game as well, but the 49ers at one point in that game, first of all, 17 points down was the second largest comeback of the season of any team in the NFL. I think it either equaled or the Ravens were down 18 against, who did they come back in? Was it the Colts? I think it was that game. But since 2016, the Niners at one point had a 0.4% chance of winning that game. That is the lowest win probability in a win in all games, including playoffs, since 2016. That includes 28-3. Patriots Falcons.
Wow.
That was 0.8.
Wow.
And the Niners, I think they're talking about, I don't think it was necessarily 17-0. I think here they have it right here. With a minute 57 left in the fourth quarter, they had a 0.4 chance of winning. And they ended up winning that game. It's the lowest point probability in the last 6 years.
That's
to
amazing.
win. Wow.
That's amazing. It was a big time day for sure for the San Francisco 49ers. Big time day for the Raiders. Great for both of those fan bases. Really excited for everybody. Really excited for this weekend. Excited to see the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. There's some really great games. Of course, it's the Raiders, and I think that's the Saturday game.
Yeah,
the Raiders and the Bengals.
Their first game.
One of I don't know how I feel about the Monday Night Football thing either.
I think it's pretty cool.
All right.
I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna boycott it or anything. I'm gonna be watching. No, I'm just saying I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm actually with it. Monday night playoffs, pretty cool. Do you I wanted to ask you this.
I wanted to dig more into what you just said. This is very specific. The 49ers trailed 17-0 before coming back to win. That ties the largest comeback in a season finale to clinch a playoff berth since 1990.
What is this, a baseball stat here?
That is the most baseball stat ever. 17-0 ties the largest comeback in a season finale to clinch a playoff berth since 1990.
That's Jeez. A trip. That's a hell of a stat and a hell of a wording for a stat.
There'll be time for it during, the week. Obviously, we spent a lot of time on the Raiders. We are going to, in the 49ers, we're going to shift our attention to the Kings here in just a minute. Man, the Ravens hurt me. Man, the Ravens just, of course, I guess, like, if y'all, because there are some people, Rich in Baton Rouge, if y'all still ain't interested in signing Lamar Jackson to a massive deal, take a look at what happens when he's not around.
Yeah, and Huntley was good, but he wasn't good enough. He wasn't that much of a game changer to make up for Lamar. So yeah, no. You definitely need to sign Lamar if you're Baltimore, and maybe work on. I don't know. You can't sign him thinking, okay, we're going to change stuff. You sign Lamar for Lamar, but find a way to keep him out there.
And you've got to hope he'll evolve, and like there are aspects of his game that evolve in time.
I wanted to ask you though about the play at the Super Wild Card Weekend, as they call it. How do you think the TV thing went down? Because and I asked that saying, I thought that NBC Saturday night has first dibs. And do you think that they passed on Cowboys 49ers? Or do you think CBS had first dibs with that game?
I don't know.
I always thought
I don't
Saturday night wildcard weekend had first pick.
But I would think NFL wise, Sunday afternoon would garner a larger audience than a Saturday night. Like Saturday night for football fans. Nah, Saturday night for football fans, like Saturday night for you, Saturday night. Sure. Like this is what we do. It's fine. Saturday night for the casual viewer, maybe not. But Sunday afternoon, traditional football times, I think that's probably a little bit more.
So you think that was first pick? CBS had first pick?
I have to imagine
it's on CBS. So
yeah, I have to imagine San Francisco at Dallas was the first pick of the draft.
Our guy Matthew, we talked about him earlier as well. He and he's got a point. It's not crazy to say it, but he's like 49ers Cowboys isn't what people who grew up with it in the 90s, it's not what it is to the rest of the country that way. And I was like,
Matt said a lot of really stupid stuff on Twitter yesterday. Like a lot. Like, fam, you've got to, like, your team is in the playoffs. Like, put the phone down, close the app, walk away. Bro, that's it.
49ers Cowboys. Speaking of, do you know what today is? This is perfect timing.
Monday? No.
It is Monday. But the 40th anniversary of the catch is today. So how many times do you think we're going to see that this week? They're going to drum this thing up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's been a while.
Oh, my gosh. It's been almost a lifetime. 1995.
Man,
the game.
Wow.
1995 was the last time.
14-year-old D'Lo, still a Cowboy fan. Watching that, I remember this vividly. I had a bet with my grandpa. He loved the 49ers, and I wanted some money. So that's a true story. That's how I became a fan of the Dallas Cowboys. I knew how much it drove him crazy. And so I would just he hated the Cowboys. So I would root for them. And then they started playing in playoff games, and I bet you $20. I didn't have $20. It would be his $20 anyways, but it bet $20. Shoot, I bet you Mom, I'm betting Grandpa $20. And they won, and that's how I became a Cowboy fan.
I wish I would have had your number back then. I would have called you up as soon as Eric Davis made that interception. Yeah. Just like I did my big cousin Gary, who was a grown-ass man at the time. And I called him, and I said, Gary, what you think about that? And he hung up on me.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
He hung up on 10-year-old Kenny, and I loved it. I didn't have a problem.
I would have hung up on you. I probably never would have talked to you again. But as been stated many times, I'm no longer a Cowboy fan. So it's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Well, that was fun. It was a fun first 2 hours of the show.
We got to go there.
I mean,
yeah, we got to go there. That's what we do. Hey, we talk about it. We say you're at a home for real Kings coverage, and we mean it.
103 to 88. The Sacramento Kings get humiliated again, this time by the Portland what's that team again?
We're live.
Oh, it's live, pal.
The Portland Trailblazers, let's see. Dame Lillard scored 31 last night. Wow. 10 of 17 for Dame Lillard.
Did he?
Oh, my bad. That's Anthony Simons. Sorry, that Dame Lillard didn't play. Oh, that's all right. CJ McCollum chipped in 13. Oh, my bad. That's actually Kings legend Ben McLemore.
Wow.
All right. Well, let's see. The Kings bench was a disaster on Friday, so surely – oh, no, the Blazers bench was a disaster. Oh, okay. So the Kings just lost to Portland.
So let's ask the question.
By the way, no, I didn't do the bit with Norman Powley, but he didn't play.
Wow. The three best players on the team. Wow.
Hey, they're consistent. They're consistent.
Wow. Three best players weren't even there. I can make the argument with the Atlanta game that I like Herter or Capella is like the leading rebounder and all this. I can make that argument, and I could say, Herter, nice. He got a bag. Anthony Simons is like Cam Reddish to me. I love Anthony Simons, but you shouldn't be losing to him. You should
31, dude.
Bro, come on,
by the way, and this is going to come across some type of way. I don't mean it to, but it's just to kind of accentuate the point. Anthony Simons had 31 points, and the backcourt of the Kings' future had 31 points also.
That's nasty.
And that's less of an indictment on Tyrese and De'Aaron and more of indictment perhaps on Tyrese and De'Aaron's defense. Maybe the Sacramento Kings defense as a whole. That was just embarrassing.
So let's go ahead and ask the question, man. I'm asking.
Jesus,
the question.
Are there still questions to be asked?
Maybe not after this. But if they don't like it, do something different about it on the court. But I'm gonna ask the question: have they quit? Does this team quit? Because it's sure. I don't want to say they have. I don't want to believe they have. Maybe I'm still believing in Santa Claus, but I don't want to believe they have. But it sure looks like what that looks like if a team quit. So that's what yesterday looked like.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Then the options are they quit or they stink. Right? I'm not so sure that they just don't stink. And maybe you have some guys that quit, maybe, or maybe they kind of give themselves a window to, hey, how are we starting? Bad? All right, get them next time. Like the Kings are the perpetual. Let's start on Monday. Except it's the first quarter with like 5 minutes left. They're like, we'll bounce back tomorrow against Cleveland. Like, that's quitting. I don't know that they're that, but I think they're bad. This is a bad basketball team. This is a bad basketball team, and everyone from you to me to Monty McNair to whoever thought that this to Bobby Marks, to anybody who thought that this team could compete in the range of 38, 39, 40 wins, man, they have made us look like giant tools.
Yeah, we took another L trying to support these guys. So let's go to Monty then too. Once again, we asked the daily question: what the hell is he doing? What is he doing? He's just sitting there letting this team die, and that is crazy to me. We're just counting the weeks at this point. They want to stack days. We're stacking weeks of how long you've said, we've suggested. You got to move some of these guys. You got to break these guys up. I think we're up to about 5 weeks now. We've been saying this for 5 weeks. And no, you just keep on going. Let it happen. Hey, they got another game today. It's going to be the same sorry ass team getting trotted out there.
Against a team that does not quit, against a team that fights, against a team that had to go against a emotionally charged juggernaut last night. A team that scored 81 points on you, by the way, in the first half when you went to visit them in Ohio. A team that is a horrible matchup for you. Mm-hmm. You got them tonight, both teams on the second night of a back-to-back.
And you know what? The funny thing about it is they're a horrible matchup, not because it's like, oh, they've got these bigs or athletic bigs and, or they got big guards or something like that. It's just because they work their ass off. Like that's essentially why they're a bad matchup, because they don't take no plays off. And if you play somebody that won't take a play off or is going to bring it every single possession, that's a terrible matchup for the Kings. Because guess what? The Kings won't do that. The Kings go up against those teams and they get beat by 20, 30 points. Or if it's a team like OKC who just keeps playing, they'll hang around because they just outwork the Kings. The Kings get outworked routinely. Mm-hmm. So it's nasty right now for the Sacramento Kings. Like I said, I'm hoping that they didn't quit, but it sure looks like they quit. And let me ask you another question. Who knows if it would do anything? I don't know if it matters at all. But at one point, like when do they need to have a come to Jesus moment or a real talk session with some of these higher ups? And I just really say 2 of them. I say, like, all this coach talk that goes on, obviously that's not working. So Monty, Vivek, I don't know if this thing happens on the regular or not. Come in the locker room. I'm kind of sick of seeing what's going on if I'm Vivek or Monty. And I let them know, I'm sick of seeing this. Stand up right now if you don't want to be here. We'll do everything to get your ass out of here. But what's going on right now, this is trash. And nobody wants to be subjected to this every time. I will bring all those guys up, whether they really do it or not. But, like, if you're a parent or something, you say it, to scare them. I'll bring all those guys up from Stockton, if need be. At least they're going to play. At least the product on the floor will have some type of heart. And say whatever you say after that. But are you for that? Are you for Amani or Vivek coming in and addressing this team and talking about, like, let me know so I can get you out of here now and put it out there? Don't come behind closed doors. Let's put it out there for everybody to know what time it is.
But let me ask you this. What's that accomplish?
Puts everything on the table. And maybe they're already having these conversations privately, right? So maybe Buddy has already come up to Monty and said, I want to be out of here. I want to be out of here. But if he hasn't, like, it's time for people to be called out. And that may
I think one of the people that needs to be called out is Monty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That may in turn have them calling out Monty.
But they ain't gonna do it. Like, hey, Monty, how come you haven't traded Buddy yet? With, like, Buddy sitting in the like in his locker. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, hey, can we really get nothing for Harrison Barnes? Monty, like, what's the latest on the trade discussions?
Look, I'm not
You
saying
can't have
it
that
would
conversation
happen,
in the locker room.
but it may be a situation where they're like, Amani talking about, well, talk to me or whatever. And somebody stands up and says, you got people in this locker room that don't want to be here, and you keeping them here.
But they know. See, that's the thing, though. Like, we talk about that. They know that.
They know it.
Tyrese knows Buddy doesn't want to be here.
He knows it.
De'Aaron knows Marvin doesn't want to be here. Everybody
He
knows
knows
that. Hell,
it
maybe
because
there's more.
Does he say it? Sometimes we all know what time it is in the locker room, but we know what it is. We don't address it. Sometimes it's like,
I just don't know what that accomplishes. I don't know what that accomplishes. I think you'd be better off if you're in that situation, if you're Monty, if you just walked down into the locker room and said, hey, Alvin, or maybe you did the bit. Hey, who doesn't want to be? Buddy, I know you don't. Marvin, you don't. Anybody else not want to be here? Anybody? Tristan? Okay, that's 3. Anybody else? Okay, cool. Hey, Monty, send all those guys home. I'll move them elsewhere. Like, let's just get them off the court because this is a disaster. And that's not like I'm just pointing out obvious too. I have no idea what Tristan. I don't believe Tristan has any investment into this team, nor should he. But I don't think pep talks, come to Jesus meetings, come to Monty meetings, come to Vivek meetings. Hell, you could march Matina in there with the hand of God at this point. I don't even think it matters. This team is terrible. They're terrible.
They need to get these guys.
They need to get better. The roster desperately needs to change.
They need to get these guys out of here, man. And this goes back to what we had talked about a couple minutes ago. What the hell is Monty McNair doing? What are you doing? We're not even saying move heaven and earth. We're not even saying give us the big trade. Just move Marvin Bagley. Move him. And get a second round pick or something like that.
And by fools, I don't mean the Kings. I mean the league. Are y'all really sitting around? This all hinges on Ben freaking Simmons? Are you telling me every deal in the entire league hinges on Ben effing Simmons?
It's embarrassing.
We'll come back. We're going to make James Ham make sense of all of this. He joins us next here on this 49ers Monday. We're still riding high with the 49ers, though, baby. Can't take our joy, devil. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. James Ham coming up here on ESPN 1320.
We'll go 13th round. I'll talk about what I talked about just a second ago.
13. Where are you? Same spot you've always.
13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I want to address some of the rumors that are out there, some of the negotiations that seem, the public negotiations that seem to be going on out there. And the big one was Mike Coppinger came out late last week, and he stated that it's looking like, well, I got his quote right here in front of me. He says, quote, I'm not sure that Canelo will be fighting at cruiserweight or against, what's my man's name? Baku. It's not important. I'm hearing that it's much more likely that he's going to fight Jermall Charlo on Cinco de Mayo. There are talks right now for that fight. Everybody getting all hyped up or whatever the case may be. We see this all the time in boxing. We see rumored fights happen and then things fall out because of the contract or stipulations or, networks and all this other stuff. Hey, if the fight happens, I will love it. I said for a long time, the only thing that we want to see is Charlo versus Canelo or Benavidez versus Canelo. So that'd be awesome. I want to see it. But me personally, I'm not gonna get all wrapped up in that right now. All the speculation, not getting all into that. I want to see it happen. I think that's a great fight for Canelo. I think that's a great fight for Charlo. But you're not going, what they say? You're not going to get me for the banana in the tailpipe right now. I've seen it too many times in boxing. Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract. And then we'll have something to talk about. Until then, ain't really nothing to talk about for me right now. That's the 13th round. We are not the same. I am a Martian. Oh, boy. Well, I mean, that's the other thing about that. Charlo is moving up to 168 to face Canelo, but you don't need a tune-up fight. You go get that. If it's there, you don't waste that on no tune-up fight. You go get that bag. Oh, Leezy, that reminds me. I know we're talking. We'll find a time. Maybe we don't have time right now.
I think
Maybe
Schefter just reported that the Panthers are not trading.
Well, we're not going back to football, I don't think, today. So I'll just say now, the New York trade I was talking about, Jimmy for Saquon.
Ooh.
I'd take Saquon.
Ooh. Spicy.
The Giants, I'm only going by Giants fans that I've kind of interacted with on Twitter. They don't see a path to get better, and Saquon's going to cost a lot for a team that isn't good. So move on from
Not really. I told the vet, I was like, it's going to be hard for me to answer from 12 to 4. And I'm like really annoyed they haven't called. Now I'm mad that I told him.
I mean, some of the things.
The fact that Joe Judge is still employed is a pretty high level of incompetence. Joe.
How, Sway?
Man, I wish I knew. Yeah, Bob, I swear I got two juices. The green one is so low in calories and so kind of gross. I started adding this like strawberry, orange, mango smoothie, which is just delightful.
It's a 49ers Monday. It is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Always just in time. Just in time.
Like Ashanti and Ja Rule. I think that's is that Mark Jones? I think that's one of Mark Jones' favorite references. Matt Nagy, Mike Zimmer, Vic Fangio, they're all out as head coaches. Brian Flores. Good God. The Miami Dolphins have fired Brian Flores. So you got the Bears, you got the Dolphins, you got the Vikings, you got the Broncos. You do have the Jaguars. The Jaguars is open. They fired Urban Meyer. And then, when it's over, technically, you have the Raiders as well. So you have 6 open coaching spots right now in the NFL.
Let me ask you a random question.
Meanwhile, Joe Judge is still employed. Joe Judge still gainfully employed by the New York Giants.
How, Sway?
I have no idea.
Terrible. You may get Jimmy G though.
He might. You want to mention your trade before we get back to the Kings on the radio?
Yeah, well, yeah, I just asked the question.
Oh, high pitch Kenny. It's high pitch Kenny.
I just asked the questions around here, and I know I'd seen a couple of Giants fans who on the Twitters who were willing to move on from Saquon Barkley, and I said, "You guys want Jimmy Garoppolo? We can go Jimmy for Saquon. We don't even need to take your pick." Well, still give us a pick. Give me a 3rd round.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Would you do it?
Oh, would I do it? Yeah, I'd do it. So, but you know who wouldn't? Kyle.
I know, right?
Kyle wouldn't do it. Kyle's like, yeah, it's too big name of a running back for me. By the way, I got Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
Which is a sentence I wouldn't have expected to utter at the beginning of the year. No, I don't need Saquon Barkley. I got Elijah Mitchell. What am I going to do with Saquon Barkley? I'm good.
And it's hard to go against him. Is there a level of vindication for everything that went on with the 49ers this year? John Lynch, the draft, Kyle Shanahan, the way he dealt with Brandon Ayuk, Jimmy Garoppolo, all this. I mean, one thing I will say
Jimmy
about
Garoppolo, yes. Like, I don't know how the 49ers are vindicated in any form.
Well, because people were killing their draft. And justifiably so. Trey Sermon was an issue. Aaron Banks still hasn't seen the field.
And neither did their quarterback. So they can't get stalled out there.
Well, they got Elijah Mitchell. And Ambry Thomas, who was real shaky all year. Ended up getting better as the season went along and made the play to send them into the playoffs indirectly. Then by you on that play, that was about as much as Stafford just saying no mas. Like, I don't want any more of this beating I'm getting. I don't want to be faced with having to march down the field. Let me just heave this thing up and hope for the best. They got picked. And that's what Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford and them do a lot of the time. That's why I think they can be beaten a lot of the time. Because you get them frustrated, they'll just toss it up. They don't want none of the hard work. So there's that.
I'll tell you who was vindicated. The Raiders. You got rid of that bum you had as a head coach.
Yeah.
Didn't have any of his stupid stuff that seems to get in the way of football teams winning games everywhere he is. And look at that. They went out there and won football games.
Yeah.
Including a must-win situation on the last game of the season.
Big time wins, man. Big time wins.
Derek Carr could go out there and play quarterback. Didn't have to worry about who his head coach was flirting with that week. Didn't have to worry about the latest Gruden report on whatever quarterback was out there in college that he really liked, or the inevitable Russell Wilson's. John Gruden's really intrigued by Russell Wilson. All of that nonsense gone, and the fact that I just think he's the most overrated coach in recent NFL history. I think and by the way, the Raiders dealt with some other things, self-inflicted things, but they dealt with some other stuff this year too.
Absolutely.
I'd give the Raiders the nod. The 49ers thing, the 49ers thing could still blow up. You talk about the draft, it could still blow up in their face.
Well, it can, but maybe I missed something, because I was about to say BTR is coming back for that throne. He's coming back for that throne. He gets in the chat and he says, no organization dealt with more than the Raiders. This conversation is LOL.
I literally just said the Raiders.
But this is what I'm saying. I don't know what the hell both of you guys are talking about.
You just said are the 49ers vindicated this year? I was like, well, no.
Yeah. Well,
no. But I think the Raiders are. What do you want me to just give you a one-word answer and say no?
No.
Just let you sit there?
No organization has gone through more than the Raiders. When did I say the Niners went through anything?
Like, you get out of I don't know what Roddy's talking about.
The Niners went through anything. I was just literally talking about the stuff that happened in their organization. And I agree with you that the Raiders are vindicated for getting rid of clown behavior.
And I'm right. And I think the draft, I think who's vindicated, Jimmy's vindicated. Like, I think Jimmy's a made man headed into this offseason. The 49ers, I still fear they can't be vindicated, because what happens this year doesn't vindicate them. What happens next year vindicates them. When Jimmy's gone, and it really is that draft, whether it's Elijah Mitchell still or some of those other guys you were talking about, or it's just Trey Lance, Trey Lance's success is what will vindicate the 49ers in their decision.
Understandably about that. I agree with you.
Patrick Mahomes, Alex Smith. That's been the comp all year. You got to be successful.
But I'll come back a little bit with this vindication thing for the 49ers, because a lot of people thought they were out of their minds and dumb for keeping Jimmy Garoppolo around. They're like, you traded all that to get his replacement and you expect that to work? And it worked. They got to the playoffs.
Okay.
And I said this with Kyle, and Kyle went a little further than I did because there was a couple times during the season I was like, well, Jimmy not doing nothing special. Like, just start Trey. But Kyle, up until Friday or whatever, courage of his convictions. If Jimmy's healthy enough, he's the starter. Trey, go with Trey. Look what he did against the Texans. Go with Trey. Kyle Shanahan, once again, I said if Jimmy is healthy enough to start, he's the starter. Never blinked. And I questioned it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna act holier than now. I questioned it, but he stayed with it, and it got him into the playoffs. The playoffs change everything. Like, they can get smacked by 25 on Sunday, and there's a level of vindication for getting this team through this season for Kyle Shanahan, I feel.
Okay, I'll give you the vindication of sticking with Jimmy. Trey Lance, we won't know yet. The draft, as you say, we don't know yet, though Elijah Mitchell has worked out really well for him. But the draft is not going to be judged by Elijah Mitchell. The draft is going to be judged by Trey Lance. So the vindication of sticking with Jimmy Garoppolo, especially in that moment, sure. Yeah, I'll give you that. Absolutely. I'll give you that. And Kyle, again, I've questioned Kyle Shanahan a lot with you. Man, that was just a hell of a call from him and DeMeco Ryan in the second half to do what they had to do to get the 49ers to the playoffs.
Did you know? I didn't know this. Like I said a number of different times throughout the year, I was like, yo, the Niners defense is better than people give them credit for. Like, secondary is better. I said that a number of different times, but I didn't know this. Did you see when they were like a top 8 defense in the league? I had no idea.
That.
They showed the stats during the game yesterday, going into the game yesterday. They were like top 10 in passing, and they were top 5. I think they were number 4 against the rush, and it made for a total of like 7th overall. I don't
feel like your memory is always better. I don't feel like they've never been Sacramento kinged out there.
No,
I don't feel like they've ever been embarrassed or run off the field.
And that was my argument all season. I was like, like, aside from defensive pass interferences and things like that, they're fine. They just need to clean that up and they'll be fine. And one last thing I got to Barry Horowitz myself for.
Oh, good. I always love when you pat yourself on the back.
Might have been 2-4. Might have been 3-5. And Damian, you'll co-sign this. You remember what I said? I said, what kind of vibes was I getting? I don't know how we're going to get there, but I'm getting 49ers Cowboys vibes in the playoffs.
You did say that. You're unbearable when things go your way. I just want to point that out. You are absolutely unbearable, as we'll bring in a much more tolerable 49ers fan in our good buddy 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham.
He also sings Drake bars.
No, you know that. You know that.
And I think some of those have been off at this point.
James, you're a 49er guy. You got to be happy with that was if you didn't have to cover that little basketball game in the middle there, that was a fun day of football.
Yeah, I think I saw your tweet early in the day that, that the 49ers had to start praying for the Saints to collapse or something.
Yeah.
But then sure enough, here they came. And, you just never know. The NFL is so different. I love watching the NFL. I'm a huge, huge fan. You guys know that. I've been playing fantasy football forever. And, I watch.
And when he says forever, like
forever.
Literally means forever.
He invented
it. Yeah. I think what we said, this is year 32.
They refer to him as Dr. Jimothy Ham in fantasy football circles.
Yeah, we have a team rolling with Mahomes because we have Mahomes. And
who you were very angry at earlier this year.
Yeah, I was very angry at earlier this year. Well, I mean, he's turned it on now, but like there was a huge amount of time where he just looked totally disenchanted and like disinterested and just Anyway, I had 2 screens on the whole time watching, and even the Raiders game. I don't like the Raiders. I was actually pulling for a tie because I like the Steelers even less than I like the Raiders. and I would have liked to have seen San Diego make it, and I thought that would have been a fitting ending to the season and the end of Ben Roethlisberger. But
especially since they're now in Los Angeles.
Yeah, exactly. My bad. Yeah.
It happens. It's going to happen.
That's okay. The people in Los Angeles don't know that they're in Los Angeles, so it's okay.
It's going to happen to our entire generation. And I got to say this for those that, because we get new listeners when James Hand comes on. You guys see me patting myself on the back. You see me giving myself props.
Yep.
I do that because I can be completely honest. Damian, what I say earlier, I didn't think the Niners were going to win that game until Ambry Thomas came with the touchdown. I was terrified the entire time. It was a roller coaster. People were calling me, texting me. I was like, well, it's over. It's done. I thought it was done 4 or 5 different times yesterday and didn't believe the job would get finished until it was actually finished. So, yes, I'm not acting like I saw this all along. No, absolutely not. I was terrified.
Yeah, it was
enjoy
stunning.
your win.
Yeah. I mean, it was stunning. It was stunning to watch them come back, and even when they gave up the late touchdown and then they punted, what was it, 4th and 18? I'm like, you're punting with like 2:19 left in the game. I don't care if you got all 3 timeouts. Like, just I couldn't believe they got the ball back. I couldn't believe they scored, and just really amazing. Good stuff.
I wish the result of the Kings-Blazers game was stunning, but it in fact was not. It was par for the course. So just lather, rinse, repeat tonight. We're just going to keep going through this until what, February 10th?
Yeah.
And hope something changes.
I just posted a new story on the Kings beat.
It's a hell of a title. It's in my email. The Kings have been here before, and it doesn't end well.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean,
end
the problem is, like, look, I've watched this team for 12 seasons. So, I think it's kind of, it's hard to say this how I want to say it, which is why I write it. When you watch a team go through the same cycle again and again and again, what's coming next, right? So we had Alvin Gentry say it early in the season. Look, I've only been here a little over a year. So, like, whatever happened before I got here, like, you guys need to push that out to the side and say, that's okay. That's not, you're not part of that. You're part of what's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's happening now is the same thing that's happened again and again and again and again. So now you're roped back in. You didn't avoid what everyone else has done here in Sacramento. You didn't avoid having your team quit at a certain point in the season. And 42 games is shocking. This absolutely feels like the 2014-15 season when Vivek, whether he was talked into it or whether he made the decision on his own, which has always been up for debate, when Vivek fired Michael Malone and then inserted Ty Corbin and then George Karl, and it was the worst season. It was basketball hell. Rudy Gay was right. That's what this feels like, because this team just gave up. And I don't know how else to put it. They look like they might be starting to play better, and then now they're not. This team right now looks like they're completely shot. And we can't even talk about the potential to have, some games coming up that could be victories and all that stuff. It's a waste of time. This team hasn't been able to show that they can be something other than who they are right now, which is a team that is 16-26 and who can't show up against teams missing their top 3 scorers, can't show up against an Atlanta Hawks team missing almost their entire squad. They don't show up, and it's on all of them from top to bottom. It's on Vivek Ranadive as much as anybody, who now has 8 consecutive seasons. He's working on his 9th consecutive season where he has been the owner when they don't make the playoffs. And that's it. Like, they're a half game out of the play-in tournament, and this is a trash that we have to watch on a Sunday afternoon. And that's what that was. Flat out trash.
Yeah. So, James, I want to get back to something you just said. And I asked the question to Damian. We kind of don't know where to go with it. I still want to have a certain belief in these guys as professionals, but it seemed like you just said it. They quit. They've quit. This group is quit.
Yeah. That's what it looked like last night. I was hardcore on Halliburton and Fox and Gentry in postseason. In post game. I like maybe people thought I was going at them, but Like, that's what you have to do in this stage. Like, that's where we're at. We should not be here. You know what stage we're at? We're at the stage where Jemias Ramsey, Robert Woodard, Lou King, and Nemias Queta need to be put into the rotation. That's where we're at. We're at that last 20 games of a season when you wave the white flag and you're playing for a nice lottery pick and not for anything else. And the worst part is they're not even good at that. That's the worst part. They're not even good at losing the right way. And so we can't even, as people who cover this team, expect them to be in the top 3 or 4 of this year's draft, because they won't do that right either.
Jeez. Wow.
Sorry about that.
Happy times here with
Let me tell you about Deebo's pass that he made this.
Let's talk more about football. Let's talk more about the 49ers. It's tough, James. Like we talk 3 hours a week together, sometimes more. And at this point, it's just all getting repetitive. This is their third 4-game losing streak of the season. I thought Tyrese was okay last night. De'Aaron, not his best game, coming off of, a handful of 30-point games, but now it's just like, this is just can he ask you the question of, have they quit? Look at the only other option is just to accept they're terrible. And I was like, I don't know if they quit, but they're freaking terrible.
Yeah, but that's not what the talent says. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, I know that people, like, I have written, you're not good enough. I've written that the core has shown that they're not good enough, but the pieces are not as bad as the sum of the whole. That's the problem. You're looking at it and you're watching it play out, and every step of the way you're wondering why it is that they are this bad. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand where Harrison Barnes went for the last couple of games. I don't understand why, we get this same Buddy Hield act again and again. And then he wins one and everyone forgets just how bad the rest of the like 45, 50% of the games have been. You can't be bad half the time. And that's where we're at with so many of these guys. It's just, they don't want to show up every single night. And, Alex Len out there, I thought he played really hard. Like, why is no one feeding off the energy that guy brought? And I thought Halliburton, when he was, for long stretches, was totally good. Terrence Davis, you're going to give a little bit of a leash for his play because he's been out of the rotation. He had COVID. He had the ankle issue. But my goodness, like, if you didn't see that in the first 30 seconds that you couldn't play him, I don't know what you're looking at, because you can't let somebody try to play through it and try to, knowing that you're playing a team the next night that just hammered you, and that you don't match up well against. You can't let one guy just play so poorly that you have no chance to win when he's on the court. And, I feel bad for Terrence, because I know that's not who he is as a player, but certainly it was last night. I mean, that first foul he had where he just ran over a guy on a loose ball that was going out of bounds, or there was like 6 seconds on the shot clock. And then he had 2 or 3 balls that he just didn't catch that were wide open layups on fast breaks. It went right out of bounds, and you just shook your head. And, again, sometime a guy doesn't have it. And like, I don't know who you would have gone to last night outside of maybe, give Queta a shot. Like, I would have liked to have seen Queta go in there and see what he can do, because the rest of those guys, I mean, at that point, I just don't think that anyone had really deserved the minutes on the court outside of maybe Lynn and Halliburton. Outside of that, it was pretty rough to watch.
James, you've been around the game on the media level far longer than I have, and I sit at this thing and I kind of look sometimes as somebody on the couch, and you still have more access than I have right now. But do you get the sense that these guys even give a damn that they're an embarrassment to the rest of the league, that they're getting beat by G Leaguers routinely now at this point? It's one thing to just kind of quit on the season or the coach or whatever the case may be. Well, I always talk about this. Where's your professional pride? Where's your personal pride? Do you care that you are being looked at as a laughingstock? Do they give a damn?
Yeah, see, so I've said the whole season that it's so hard because we don't walk into the room, right? When we're allowed in the locker room, again, you walk in and you just feel it. Unless you don't have like the power of observation or that, spidey senses when you walk into a locker room. It just, normally you have that opportunity to walk in and when the season slips. And then, to be honest, like I'm not that hard on a team that once they show you who they are, that these young guys get their opportunity and you get to see what they can bring. I mean, that's kind of the way the league works. There gets a point in the season where it's like, okay, we're done. Let's give Escalabiciere an opportunity to see what he has. And the Kings have always had somebody like that. So I'll say this season, like, no, I can tell that like there's something wrong. Like the personal pride thing, like how many times do you have to be called out for not having personal pride? I mean, Alvin Gentry's done it. Like the media has done it. How many times does it have to go that way? And I felt bad sort of unleashing that on Ty last night because I don't think that, Ty has been one of those players that has lacked personal pride and goes out there and does things that, show you that they don't care. At the same time, like we keep saying, you got to shoot more. We got to shoot more. That in itself is his own deficiency that he needs to fix in order for this team to be better. And so everyone has to start realizing what it is. I think he was caught off guard by the question this early in the season. Fox, not so much. Fox has been here for 5 years. He's had to deal with it. And then I thought Alvin Gentry, he flipped it around so quickly. Is like, there's only so much I can say. At a certain point, pride has to kick in. Yeah. With the players, it has to be just like what he said about timeouts. At some point, your play on the court has to be the timeout. Like it can't keep being me holding your hand and trying to help you. How many times do I have to do your homework before I realize that you're not going to pass the test?
Right.
And that's where we're at. Like they're not passing the test because they aren't coming out and playing with enough fire and enough intensity, and they're certainly not playing together at all.
James Ham is going nowhere. There's more I want to ask you about that Alvin Gentry said last night, and then we'll get ready for the game tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's all coming up with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham on this 49ers Victory Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore on Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry to be Debbie Downer and just blow up.
It's perfect. We were trying to put off King's talk as long as possible because it was like I don't know what to do. And there was enough excitement and momentum from the Raiders game last night and the 49ers game that it was like let's just have fun. We'll get to the Kings when we have to. And so we had just kind of started to talk about it. But at the same time, it was like, James, I'm running out of shit to say. I don't know what to say about this team anymore. Like, I don't know how to continue to say they're bad. I don't know how to continue to say they're frustrating. If they've quit, man, boy, that says a lot about you if you've actually quit. If you're bad, well, then you're just bad. But I didn't 10 games under 500 halfway through the season. I did not see that at all.
No, I didn't see it coming at all either. I thought that their core was at least strong enough. I mean, and look at the West. It's just that's the worst part. They're half game out. They were in the 10th spot last night coming into that game, and they got manhandled by a bunch of subs. Like that's what that was. And I know that team they're going to go to Simons. They're going to go to Little. That's their future.
Yeah, but 31.
Yeah.
31 from Anthony Simons, man. Jeez.
Yeah. CJ's on his way out. I almost guarantee that one's going to happen. And, there's some rumors up there about, not about CJ, but about other players and potential for the Kings to make some moves with that team. They always seem to be trade partners, and so I wouldn't be shocked to see at least a move between the two teams, which again looks like more of a band-aid than it does anything else. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like when you cover, like if you read the piece, what I go into is that DeMarcus Cousins used to he would do this thing where he'd look at you like when we're waiting for media to start, he'd be in his locker, but he wasn't ready yet. And he'd look over at you and he'd tell you to come over, and you go like, "What's up, big boy?" And he'd say, like, "Why do you always talk about my body language?" And I'm like, "Well, because I have like 75 photos that just got dropped in my inbox from tonight's game. And about 35 of them, you have different types of scowls. And then like the rest are you like dunking or shooting a ball. Like you just like at all times have bad body language." And he goes, "Well, just because I look angry doesn't mean I am angry." And I'm like, "Okay, what do you want me to say to that? Like, stop looking angry." But one time he called me over and he said, "Hey, how come you always write about all the technicals I have?" And I'm like, "Well, you just got another technical. So I'm just putting it in context. That's my job as a writer." He goes, "Well, yeah, but that doesn't seem very fair because this one's different than the other ones." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but they're the same, man. You just keep getting technicals." And he's like, "Well, like again, I don't know why you're always writing about it." I said, "Okay, I'll make you a deal. You don't get any more technicals, and I won't write about technicals anymore." And he just kind of laughed and was like, "Okay, I get you." And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like,
and
"That's
he
it."
never got another technical again.
No, and he kept getting technicals, and I kept writing about him, and we never had another discussion about it. That's it. One time
That's
he pulled
funny.
me over and he said, "Hey, did I deserve that tech?" And I said, "You know what? On that play, I do not believe you did." I said, "But DeMarcus, the previous 4 plays, you berated the official the entire way back down the court. I watched you do it. I knew the tech was coming. You got a tech for saying something small, but at that point, it was like the boulder had already crushed them rolling down the hill, and they were just done with it. And that's why you got it." So, like we could always have those honest discussions off the record, like just
We're
quiet
coming back, James.
conversations.
Sorry.
All right.
It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866. Go City 6. 1320 Kings Insider. James Ham with us here, telling us the story behind his latest column over at the Kings Beat. Encourage you to go check this out. You were talking about a couple of things that Alvin Gentry said last night. I know you posted something about no time for pity parties. He did say something that kind of it got my attention, and I'm curious your response to it. He said, something along the lines of that he thinks the team is like lacking confidence right now. I don't know how I feel about that remark, but I'm curious your sentiments on it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe as a whole, but not individually, if that makes sense. Like, if Buddy Hield lacked confidence, he wouldn't keep shooting. He fully thinks that he's going to make every ball he shoots. I think De'Aaron Fox running to the hole. I mean, De'Aaron Fox just scored 30 points 3 games in a row and had 24 the game before that, and had a bit of a shoulder issue. I mean, coming into last night, he had been averaging 28.5 points per game over his previous 4. Like, there's no lack of confidence there. Like, Tyrese Halliburton wasn't shooting enough. He was still, like, over his last 5 games, shooting 65% from 3. Like, that shows you a lack of confidence that there might be. Like, there was no lack of confidence. These guys they just don't have confidence in each other, I think would be the bigger point, because it's in order to be successful at the NBA level, it's what we call like moving on one string or pulling the rope, holding onto the rope. Like these guys have to move together. It's very basic. Everyone has to be in sync on defense. You all have to move together. On offense, you all have to move together. When De'Aaron Fox is driving down the left side of the lane, which everyone knows he's going left, you have to start sliding around the right side, getting in position where you can keep seeing him and he can keep seeing you the whole way to the basket, so you can catch a pass, so you're ready on the perimeter. That's just not happening. That's not happening. And guys are not, one guy will switch and the other guy won't. So now we got two guys guarding one guy and one guy left wide open. Like, it's so many little mistakes that are communication errors, they're flow errors. This team just really doesn't have any continuity. And the most ridiculous thing is that most of them have been together for a long time. Like Buddy Hield, De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, just end right there. Those guys have been together for like 4 seasons. There's plenty of time. They should know exactly where each of them are on every single play. There isn't learning anybody. You know where they're going to be. You know who they are as players. And so I think that's why I keep saying, like, look, the core isn't good enough. You've shown that. So let's start with that. Let's start with breaking up the core and then go from there. Because it might not have to be more than 1 or 2 pieces in order to change that dynamic. But something has to change, because we've gone well past the definition of insanity. We're just doing the same thing every single night and getting the same exact result and then wondering why.
So I usually don't like to do this. Forgive me, Damien. Damien is the radio savant. 2-part question, James.
2-part question. The John Dickinson 2-part question. Go ahead.
First one, because it really depends on how you answer, how I ask the second one. Do you believe Monty McNair believes in De'Aaron Fox as in like wanting him here long term?
Yeah, I mean, he gave him a 5-year, $163 million extension. People forget that wasn't Vlade who gave him that extension. I mean, he had no choice. The extension had already been negotiated. Everyone knew what they were getting and all that stuff. But he's still the one that had the contract made.
I mean, Monty gave it to him. He did it at gunpoint, but he gave it to him.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe. But again, here's the deal. Before you get to part 2, like, if you're going to take a job that your head coach is already decided and you can't fire him this season, you might be able to fire him next season. That's one issue. B, there's some mystical guy out there that's the advisor to the chairman and Joe Dumars. Oh, by the way, you beat out Wes Wilcox for the job, but we're going to hire him as your number 2. So, like, if you're willing to take that job, then it's on you.
With it. Yeah.
Like, a guy who takes a job cleaning out porta potties, he knows the job he's getting into. He knows he's going to walk into at least 80% of his porta potties that are totally destroyed and something horrible has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Like, don't be surprised if you're the porta potty guy if that happens.
Right.
So, like, if you're walking into
this
Sacramento
is the greatest
Kings
analogy I've ever heard, by the way.
But I mean, like, look, if you're walking into the Sacramento Kings situation, you have a meddling owner. You know that Joe Dumars is out there. You know that you didn't get to hire your right-hand man. You know all of you know you had to keep Luke Walton. You know you had to give De'Aaron Fox the extension. Yeah. Like, the only things that he didn't know was whether or not he would keep Bogdan Bogdanovic or not, and he chose not to, which was the one decision that might have been easier than all the others. Like, yes, you keep him and you figure out a way to trade Buddy Hield or trade Bogdan Bogdanovic in the next year. That's it. Like, you had options. You took away your options by getting nothing. That's the only thing. And then, again, he's done well in the draft. And so you knew you had a draft pick coming in. And he did well with, especially his first one with Halliburton. But, overall, like, look, he stepped into this job knowing that this is what it is. And then, like, he's basically, like, not only has he not made a bunch of moves, but on top of not making a bunch of moves, he has been almost non-existent in the media, especially local media. He plays with the big fish and thinks that that's okay. But it is what it is. Like, no one is reading Wojnarowski to figure out whether or not Monty McNair is doing a good job or not. They're just not. They don't care what Woj says. All they care about is a tweet on who's getting traded. It's guys like me who are here every day that fans, at least somewhat listen to about the tenor of your team and what should and shouldn't happen. All I can tell you is that since they fired Luke Walton, they're one of the worst teams in the league in pace. Their offensive rating has dropped in almost every single game, to where they're now 22nd in the league in offensive rating, when under Walton they're like a number 8. Like everything, their defensive rating plummeting, like everything about this team has gotten worse. And that's not because I think Alvin Gentry is a worse coach than Luke Walton. I think it's because you walked into this season and made a move. If you were going to do the Walton move, you should have done it before. You destroyed the chemistry inside the locker room. And now Alvin Gentry is here trying to pick up the pieces of a disaster. And that's not fair on Alvin, which is why I don't blame him. Why I totally agree with him. At some point, it's about personal pride within the players. He's been around long enough. He's a solid NBA coach. Is he, Red Auerbach? No. But at the same time, the Atlanta Hawks fired their coach midway through last season and installed Nate McMillan, and that team just took off and went all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mhm.
Like, this is about the players. It's about their reaction. It's about them not having the ability to step up and to be men and to take on the challenge. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a group of guys that are not ready for the challenge. They weren't ready on Wednesday. They weren't ready on Sunday. They weren't ready on Friday. Some games you're playing teams that are just flat out better than you. That is not what happened on Sunday. You played a team that literally is trying to shut down their season and play for a draft pick. That's what they're doing. The Portland Trailblazers do not want to win at all. The players on the court still have personal pride. They came out and they waxed you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wasn't even close. That's the other embarrassing. Wasn't even close.
Yeah.
But the second part to that is, so Monty wants Fox around. Our teammate.
Well, maybe not. I mean,
that's what we think. I think he does too. I do. I'll just say I think he does too. Our teammate here, 132011, Olivia Christian, aka Maybach. Oh, she brought up a great point when we were talking to her last week, where she said there is an element of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton looking at this roster and looking squarely at Monty McNair and saying, we stink. We need help, and you're doing nothing. Like, if you believe in us, you gave us the contract or you gave us the key, all this other stuff. We're supposed to be your guys. You're giving us nothing, and you're letting all this happen. And is there a certain level of resentment that probably plays out on the court with them looking at the situation like, Monty, you're just letting this happen?
I certainly think that De'Aaron Fox has been around long enough that is part of this. That he walked into this season and said, man, this is the same team that we walked out of last season with. This is, I still have to deal with the same exact personalities, the same everything. Like, you did not make substantive changes to the roster. I totally get that. Halliburton is happy-go-lucky second year. Now, maybe midway through his second season, he's looking around going, okay, what in the world? How does this happen? And Fox is sitting there right next to him going, man, this is my personal hell that I've been in. And, both of them want to be here. They have in the past. So yeah, I think a certain amount of it is that. It's that, look, it's not like what I say isn't something that they don't think. That, it's not like everyone doesn't think that they would be a better team with Bogdan Bogdanovic on it. They all know how good Bogey was. They know that he was a gamer, that he was a big shot taker and a big shot maker and probably the best 5-tool player on the team. And you lost him and you got nothing. So again, you cannot tell, like, Fox, he absolutely understands the game of basketball. If nothing else, he's a gamer. He plays them, on his PS5 or his Xbox. He knows the team. He knows the league. He knows all of it. And he absolutely knows the players that you brought in. While he's not going to say, I can't believe this is what you brought in, he still is honest, with himself at least. Says, look, I know what they bring and what they don't. And what they don't bring is, some of the stuff we need. Like I wrote a piece on Sunday. It's not just, you have to look at the players that are available to trade, and who knows if the Kings can get any of these players that we've talked about, the Siakams, the Sabonis's, Miles Turner, Simmons, all these guys. The thing is, if you look at each of them, they each bring something that the Kings just flat out lack. You need a big man that can shoot the three. The Kings don't have that. Okay, Christian Wood, Miles Turner, Sabonis, they all bring Siakam. They all bring that. They need a defensive stopper. Every single one of those players brings something defensively that is different than what the Kings have right now. They bring size. They bring athleticism. Miles Turner leads the league in shot blocking. Simmons is a second in the league in defensive player of the year. Like, you need a playmaker. Sabonis averages almost 7 assists a game. Like, from the center position, even Siakam, 4 assists and some change. Like, Harrison Barnes right now is averaging 2.2 assists per game. Buddy Hield's right around the same. Last year, these guys had almost double the amount of assists that they have this year. No one is passing. No one is playing together. It is totally dysfunctional on the court, which is clear. And the problem is that you can look around the league and say, maybe the Kings can't get this top tier, but there has to be someone that can change the trajectory. They don't even have a 3-and-D wing. They have a D wing in Harkless, but there's no 3. You're running Chimezie Metu out there. Chimezie Metu shooting like 22, 23, 24% from 3. He shot almost 100 threes on the season. That's a lot of threes. Davion Mitchell shot a ton of threes. He has not hit a ton of threes. Like, the outside of Fox and Halliburton, outside of Halliburton and Barnes, you really don't have any 3-point shooting on this team right now. It's just really a struggle. They have to make some changes, and I don't know when you actually do it, but we've come to a point where if
now would be good.
And if it's not now, then get me someone who is going to make those decisions, because we've already gone through it. You can't have 2 off seasons and then get and 2 trade deadlines and then get a third one when you haven't done anything at all. Outside of 4 guys who, as of last week, were out of the rotation. Terrence Davis, Alex Len, Tristan Thompson, Mo Harkless, all out of the rotation before this current, again, we're hit with another COVID run.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey along with James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You said something, and you actually said it twice, and I don't think it's something that we've discussed on this show before. So I think it's worth mentioning again. Monty McNair didn't hire Wes Wilcox.
We're going to get into semantics here, but they were up for the job together. They did not have a lasting a relationship beforehand. So, one of them came in first place for the job, and the other one did not, and now they're both on the staff together. So, whether
so the Kings made the decision to hire. Obviously they didn't make the decision. They offered an assistant general manager job to the guy who finished second for the general manager job.
Well, clearly, Monty McNair is part of the discussion at the end, but will you take on, can he be your number 2? That's part of the discussion.
Is that again, normal?
No, come on. It's not normal to have a mystical Joe Dumars out there that who knows, that's most of the stuff that we're talking about is not normal functional parts of the NBA.
So the Kings just continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, yeah, that's I've told you that, this is Groundhog Day. Again, you have a GM who gets hired. Michael Malone gets hired first, and then Pete D'Alessandro. Pete D'Alessandro doesn't want Michael Malone as his head coach, so he has him whacked 20-something games into the next season. And then you let Pete D'Alessandro hire George Karl, even though you already know you'd already brought in Vlade Divac. You already know you're going to fire Pete D'Alessandro. Pete D'Alessandro loses his job. Now Vlade is stuck with George Karl. This is the cycle that we continuously go through, where you have a GM who did not make the coaching hire. That's why, again, this is such a difficult situation to walk into for anyone from the outside. It is. I don't know how else to walk into this situation, and like it's there's so many challenges, and that's why it you hear people say it starts at the top. It does. Like, these things always start at the top, and that's not to say that he's the worst owner in the history of pro sports, but at the same time,
He might be
like
pretty close.
well, I mean, the Damian, like the Maloofs had 7 consecutive non-playoff seasons. And the last either 2 or 3 seasons, they ran the lowest payroll in the NBA. The reason why they had the worst teams was because they did not pay at all. Now you're paying my first season, the Kings had a $58 million payroll. Their payroll is still it's $130 million, and you might lose more games than they did in that first season.
Wow.
Like, and again, Maloof's 7 years. Vivek is already, he's 8 years of the 15 years without a playoff run. And the Maloofs had an excuse. They ran out of NBA money. Like, they didn't run out of money, but they ran out of NBA.
That's how
money.
rich I want to be. I ran out of NBA money. Like,
yeah. No, I mean, that's where they came down to. They were paying themselves a salary at the end. I mean, that's not usually a good sign. So,
I was asked last night on CBS Sports Sunday, Channel 13 Sports Sunday, with my guy Ben Ross. We were talking about some trades and what trades should be looking to make or whatever. And then he asked a follow-up question, and he said, would that even matter? Like, is the best course of action to just blow this thing up and start over, get a couple draft picks in the first round or whatever? Are we there where it's get rid of everybody on this roster and go OKC? Or are we at that point, do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't think it has to go that way. Like, and the problem is, I'll state the obvious. If that's the way you go, well, you already lost. OKC already did it. They're already better at it than you. They already have like 17 draft picks over the next 7 drafts. Like, they already did that. So how are you going to beat a team that's ahead of you? I mean, this Kings team was coming up at the same, they were a year ahead of Memphis like 2 years ago. And now they're 3 years behind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you explain that? And so I don't think blowing it up, like, I get the sentiment. I think there are only 2 courses of action. Well, I guess there's a third. I'll start with the third. You could do nothing, and then just whatever happens this summer happens to whoever's involved. Like, if you do nothing, then heads are going to roll, or at least they should. I mean, if you're going to be inactive for 2+ seasons, but really 3 off seasons, like that's just not, like, again, we can go there, but your only 2 courses of action are to blow it up, or to try to gut part of your team and try to bring in the player that's under contract long-term that fits your age arc of guys like Halliburton and Fox, or Halliburton or Fox, whatever it might be, to take, even if it's a minor step back this season, who cares about this season at this point, but a player that can change your trajectory next season, the season after, the season after that. Mm-hmm. That would be more of the move I would look to make. But then again, I'm playing from a point of view that, number one, I don't think the Kings can be game changers in the draft, because, again, we started out the season hoping to win, and now you're way behind all the teams that have not tried to win. And there are teams that are going to be better at losing than you are, and you're going to be the 7th or the 8th or the 9th seed yet again, no matter what. Mm-hmm. Right. So again, you just lost. You lost this season. So you either have to blow it up, or you need to really, really swing for the fences and crush one out of the park. And I think that's how I would attack this. I think Kings draft picks are worth a ton on the open market, because the Kings are always, they always struggle, and they are struggling now. And I think a lot of teams can see, just like how when the Pelicans traded for DeMarcus Cousins, they went from just about in the playoffs and they finished with the number 10 pick. I know that because the Kings had the number 10 pick from them that season, which they traded for 15 and 20, which is a whole nother trail of destruction. But that 10th pick, like, a lot of times when you make a trade right now, if it's for a franchise altering player, it doesn't take initially. You know, like again, people keep saying, like, let's just throw Ben Simmons in, he'll fix everything. Ben Simmons hasn't played in 45 games. He's been sitting around like doing whatever he's doing. Like, how many games does it take to get him in game shape? How long does it take him to get into functional, you know, like fitting in with his teammates, chemistry, all that stuff? The answer is we don't even know. So like any big move that you make is going to come with the risk that it will have a huge, like you might win 1 or 2 games right up front and then lose 6 or 7 because you're trying to figure each other out and then recover. But by that point, the Kings are what, 16, 18 games under 500. So yeah, it's not like, like, again, that's where we're at. It's like, if there was a move to make and you didn't make it 2 months ago, that's pretty harsh. You know, like even the Buddy Hield move during the summer that didn't happen. I don't think that that's on Monty for that not happening. You know, they got swooped by Washington in that deal. But at the same time, where was plan B? You didn't have plan B. And plan B, like, it couldn't possibly be Tristan Thompson, like as your big offseason acquisition. So,
and I think that's, you know, you talk about the draft and confidence in the draft, and I think the fact that no deal was done for Buddy Hield, and at this moment no deal has been done for Buddy Hield, I think it's killing Davion Mitchell. I never know what to expect from on a night-to-night basis from Davion anymore. Well, I don't. I say anymore. I really never have. I feel like they just don't. They don't know how to do this because Buddy and Terrence are on the rosters eating up minutes at the guard positions.
Well, either way, like there's no room for Buddy and Terrence. There's just not. Like you saw it, like, I mean, the mistakes that were made again and again, like you just can't have 2 or 3 mistake players on the court at the same time. It just doesn't work. And, you know, Davion's really struggled with his shot since coming back from health and safety. But at the same time, like he keeps shooting and Tyrese Halliburton doesn't. So like I can go back and almost every game he's 10, 11 shots. That's not the case with Halliburton. So again, it's like everyone has to function as they need to find roles for sure. They need to figure that one out because we can't have one night where Buddy Hield's taking 4 shots and another where he's taking 19. That doesn't work out. You know, we can't have the same thing with Harrison Barnes. You know, one night he's shooting 8 shots. The next night he's shooting, 15, 16 shots. He should be around 15, 16 shots every single night. And then you got to start mapping out who is taking those shots that they're not taking. And you can single it out. I mean, Chimezie Metu taking a lot of shots when he's in on the court. Davion Mitchell taking a lot of shots per minute. Like, if that's the design, then it sure does seem to me like you're playing into the opposition's hands. Like they are dictating who is taking the shots. And that's what it seems like. It seems like every team that comes in, like they're able to figure out how to get the ball out of Fox's hands, out of Halliburton's hands, and into Metu and Mitchell and Hield. And either you get erratic Hield or you get like lights out Hield. And so teams are like, all right, that's fine. Go ahead and let that guy shoot it. He's either going to shoot him out of the game or, if we lose, we lost because Chimezie Metu or Davion or Buddy had a huge night. And again, this not to trash on any of those guys, especially the young guys that are trying to make their way. But if a team is allowing a guy like Chimezie Metu to shoot 12 times a game, it's specifically by design. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not brain surgery here.
It makes me think like Cleveland tonight. Like they're walking into like it's what we think when we see that Portland team last night or when we see the Charlotte team of a while back. They're walking in going, yo, hey, we gonna let Chimezie Metu beat us tonight. We're gonna let someone named Jameis Ramsey beat us tonight. We're gonna let the ghost of Alex Lynn beat us. And those teams are like, no, hell no. And they go out and whoop the Kings' ass. Meanwhile, the Kings are out there getting rocked by every G League 10-day contract guy you can think of.
Yeah, but I mean, even like going into last night, everyone knew that Simmons is the guy right now. And you left him open. He shot 7 threes. He made 7 threes. Like you knew the game plan. You knew what it was, and they still clubbed you. So like that's
funny. Mark Jones, if the Kings, get together a couple stops here before he even gets the word stops out of his mouth.
He
the
was.
Blazers hit a 3.
I love Mark. He was right in the middle of saying how De'Aaron Fox had taken a precipitous jump in his free throw clank shooting. Yeah.
He
and it was
missed
like,
them both.
You jinxed him. You jinxed him, man. So like
and
again,
didn't
like
even acknowledge it. Didn't
Yeah.
even acknowledge that he just caused De'Aaron to miss those 2 free throws.
I swear, I
it's brutal.
do vent like this, like on occasion. But when I do, it's usually like with my dad on the way down to the game, and he just has to put the phone down while I sit there and go off. Which I probably should do more than coming on here and doing it.
Oh,
But
no, it's great content when you do it on
Keep
here.
it here.
yeah,
It's great.
I get it. I just, like again, I don't want ill will for this team. I just like what I wrote in today's piece. Like, I've been here before. I've been here before so many times, and maybe they don't see that that's where they are. I see that that's where they are. And like, I want to forget about all the technicals and not have to write about the technicals. But you keep getting the technicals. I don't want to write about 15 years of playoff drought, right? You just keep giving that to me.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I can do but call you out now and say, this is you. This is who you are. It's who you repeatedly are. And like, until you decide to change something, then I don't know what to tell you, because I'll keep showing up every day, and I'll keep writing my game recaps and doing podcasts and doing the work that I do. But it's going to get more and more and more brutally honest, because at this point, this is you just can't keep doing the same thing and expect something different. So,
and the interesting thing about that I don't understand, which is, where I come from, personal pride and changing things, is, look, it hasn't been nothing major that happened or anything like that. But then you say what you say, or I say what I say, David, and they get mad at us, the media. Like, what do you expect to happen? Like, what do you want us to say here? You guys are making the same, what we all deem elementary mistakes. You're not playing hard. Or if you are playing, this is the hardest you can play, you've got bigger problems on your hand than what somebody is writing about you or saying about you.
yeah.
And it's just this cycle that we've been here before. We're not in the NBA right now or nothing like that, but we've seen this before. We know what this looks like. And you guys keep doing the same thing over and over again. It's maddening. It's absolutely
I'll tell you this too. I show up every day. It doesn't matter. Like that's my job. That's my job, is to be there every day. I dress in a collared shirt. I show up and do my job every day, and that's how I continue. I don't get to game 42 and show up looking like I just slept in my car. I ask questions. I ask hard questions. I write about them, and I'm not nice half the time. There are some times where, positive things have happened, and I'm more than willing to write about that. I show up, I do my podcast twice a week. I show up with you guys 3 times a week. I'm doing what it takes to be good at my job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I get to this point with these guys half the time, where it's like, man, just like showing up and doing the
Put
right
on your
thing
collared
every day.
shirt, do your podcast, write your article. That's all you're asking them to do.
All I'm asking them is to like be professional about what you're doing. And that's at a certain point where you're like, man, you can't tell me that like playing basketball for a living can just wear you out so bad that this is where we're at.
Right.
And I get it mentally that, there are guys like me who are taking pop shots at you the whole time and trying to hold you accountable. It's not easy. It's not, all fun and games, but at the same time, like it's entertainment. It's basketball. Like, show up, do your job.
But to that point, not to cut you off, James, but at that point, that's when they need a reality check, though. Because you sit up here and I don't mean to be this guy and understand their problems are their problems. My problems are my problems, right? But there needs to be somebody with a reality check. Like, you sit up here moping around and, you can't find a way to give out max effort because somebody on the radio is talking about you. That's the issue. You're playing a game that you get paid millions of dollars for. You get to compete at the highest level. And I'm not saying that's what anybody's problem is, but if you're worried because or you can't get hyped up, or you're in a bad mood because somebody says it doesn't look like they're playing their hardest. Like, no, I don't think anybody, I think everybody here is pretty fair. Nobody calls them out their name, says anything crazy. We just say, hey, I think they could be playing hard. We're not even saying they're trash. We're saying they quit before they're no good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, one thing we're like, you just ain't not talented. Nobody's saying that. We're saying you are better than what you're showing us. And because of that, I think you quit, not that you stink.
Yeah, it's the disappointed parent thing at a certain point. You're just like, look, you have to show me. I know what you have to offer. So like, put it out there. Like, do what you do. Like, be good. Like, go chase it. That's the thing. Like, go and figure out how to do this and work together. And it's like
that's the scary part about this organization, though, James, is maybe they don't know how. Like, how does De'Aaron Fox know how to be a great NBA player, or or make his team great? How does Tyrese know? How does Marvin know? Harrison maybe is the only one who has any idea, but still, I mean.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it could be like a magical piece that slides in that knows how to do that stuff. But how many guys you have to have on in your locker room that have won championships? Or that have been to the Eastern Conference or Western Conference
Well,
finals.
probably one that doesn't wind up on a People magazine push notification every 2 days.
Yeah, the TMZ. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not that guy. Maybe that guy shouldn't be the big talking point of your press conferences anymore.
But
that's not going to happen anymore, but I'm sure. But go ahead.
Yeah.
But you know what? Even
right.
So, there ain't nobody in there in Memphis's locker room. John Moran figured it out. Jaren Jackson figured it out. You know what I mean?
They had Valanciunas who had been through some battles.
Barnes. He's a champion.
No, that's true.
Like,
no,
everybody has that guy littered in there, but those other guys, they figured it out. You know what I mean? And I think it's time for these guys to either figure it out or to move on.
No, I mean, I think we've passed that point. I don't think, like you've proven, you can't figure it out. It's time for some of them to move on. It's time for them to be in different situations somewhere else.
Yes.
And that's where we're at. We passed that, like we zoomed past that about 15, 20 games ago, where you couldn't show that that you can't embrace success. Like, find success, embrace success. Like, this team, like worse than any team I've ever seen. You win 2 or 3 in a row and then you lose by 30. Like, they just embrace it. Don't walk in thinking that you're going to beat every team, but go in with a mindset, with confidence, and go. I guess maybe that's where Alvin Gentry's talking about confidence. But yeah, that there's so many times where this team had an opportunity and you blew it. So it's time to try something different, try different people. And again, you can't, the owner's not changing. That's just not going to happen. So like, everyone else has to figure out how to make changes in that system and in that environment. And, maybe that's like the next thing. It's that he has to be called out as many times as possible, but it's just so hard when, like, there's so many layers, and like, we're nowhere near that guy and we aren't going to be. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm wearing a hazmat suit, they're not going to let me, within 100 yards of him. So, it's the same franchise. Like, again, I'll just tell you, it's the same franchise that literally to this date, Joe Dumars has been here over 2 years. Never once has he spoken to the media. Not once.
I told you Friday I hated that matchup against Denver. I just felt bad about it. I think I hate tonight's matchup even worse.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
Man, it's nasty.
Like,
which is why you have to beat the Hawks, and it's why you have to beat the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah, this could get ugly quick tonight.
Yeah. So yeah, it's you got to take advantage of the schedule when it allows it, and that's just not who the Kings are. They just don't know how to take advantage of the schedule. I mean, we can what is it? Probably 6 games this season where they played a completely depleted roster, completely shot roster, and lost. And you take those six losses. What do we say? They're 10 games under 500 right now. If you take those 6 and you move them to the other side, then you're 2 games over 500. That's and you're like what, the 6th seed? 7 seed, right around there.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Is it a blessing or a curse that they continue to linger around the 10th spot?
Oh, it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah. I thought so.
Because it just makes it so someone says, hey, if we can just get to the playoffs, if we can just get to the play-in, you never know. All we got to do is win one game, and then we get a whole playoff series, and then the excitement will be back.
You're going to have to win 2, but go ahead.
Yeah, probably you're going to have to win 2. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's going to be, and even those 2 games, like, there's going to be a bunch of excitement. You're hoping that you can sell season tickets off of those 2 games. But at the end of the day, I don't know that you can figure that out. Let's see. Rashawn Holmes, Damian Jones are still in health and safety protocols. Mo Harkless is questionable. De'Aaron Fox is no longer on the injury report, for those people asking before I go.
Okay. All right. Well, you got to get on the road, Hammer. Thanks as always for joining us.
Sorry if I'm too negative, everyone out there.
There's nothing to be positive about. Shoot.
Positive about when you're out there getting blasted by my guy Anthony Simons.
James is called keeping it a stack.
All right.
I want you to work that into your press conference today. Alvin, you always keep it a stack. Tell us, and then see how that goes.
That's version of keeping it real, I guess. Yeah.
That's it. There you go.
All right.
There you go. You're always telling the truth, James. That's what it means.
Of course.
1320 Kings Insider and 49er fan James Ham here with us on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. More dealing with KC next here on ESPN 1320. Great stuff, James. That was awesome.
Thanks, gentlemen. Sorry if I
no, that was James. That was money. I promise you, that was money.
I know in past years I would have got a phone call for about 8 things I said right there, but
that's past years, buddy. That's past years. You're good now.
Yeah.
You got the safe confines of ESPN 1320. We got
We'll see how it goes. Awesome. All right, gentlemen.
All right,
have
buddy.
a good day. Go Niners.
You too, man.
Yes, sir. We got Matt coming, right?
Yep.
So just stay here.
Yeah.
Okay.
City Center and what was that? Gotcha. I because I do this from a time or two. It was at one point it was 296-7.
Oh no.
Well, you're gonna need Brady, Belichick, and you don't need them all to come back from that one.
Look, that's what you wanted to do, and we just did that better. That's the move you said you was gonna make, and we just did it better.
It's funny. Yeah, 7 might be purchased. I'm about to get Matt fired up. Oh man, I haven't talked to Matt in a while. I have no idea Matt's mood.
Is Matt charged up lately?
Yeah, well, I know he took a little time off. Did I send him the link? He's not here yet. Where's sent? Matt George. Yep, there he is. Maybe Matt's drinking now. I don't know. Oh yeah, Matt had an episode here with some McQueen and the Violet Fog. It was quite fantastic. Yes, indeed, Maddie McQueen. Maddie McQueen. Maddie McQueen. Yeah, I'm about. I think I'm only. Oh wait, there's Matt. Oh, what did he say? Oh, he says he's on his way.
Where in the hell? Let's see here. So our guy Boogie Buzzins, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, we had a interaction because he was talking to me about boxing, and I was like, I thought you wanted to come and talk about Santa Clara football. Remember that? After they lost? You still want to come on and talk about Santa Clara football? And he's like, He's like, I'm in Sac right now. Have me down on the studio so I can talk about the Raiders. And I haven't told him yet. There ain't no studio.
What studio are you talking about? You coming to my house? You coming to KC's house?
Ain't no studio, pal.
Oh, this vet. Yeah, I heard a little incident.
What happened?
Jesse said there's only like 5 of us in the building.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Maddie McQueen.
Oh, no.
Matt, it's always the first time you join us. It's always messed up. Like every time. Every time. Like it's all static and weird.
Good people at Rockefeller Records.
It's like,
How about now?
There you are.
There you go.
It keeps changing my microphone input. I don't know why. But hello. I wish it was Maddie McQueen today. I had plans on being Maddie McQueen today, but unfortunately, baby duties. I got stuck with kiddo duties.
We definitely don't want you drunk while taking care of the baby. It's a bad idea. Oh, there you go. Oh, nanny cam. Nanny cam. There you go.
Hey.
Nanny cam. I like it. Good stuff. Good stuff, buddy. How are you?
Did you miss me?
I am hoping we're going to talk Raiders and Niners. No,
I feel you. Oh, hey, we can talk about whatever you want to. You're a Raiders guy, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't able to enjoy last night, unfortunately. I mean, I caught the end of it.
Hang on. We're coming back. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on 1320 a.m. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866. Go City 6. A friendly reminder, the College Football National Championship coming up here on ESPN at 1320 with coverage, I believe, Jesse, beginning in about 30 minutes as soon as D-Lo and KC wrap up. Boom. There it is. Got you covered. Georgia and Bama part 2 tonight.
Who we got here, guys? Who we got here? We're going to go into this deep dive with the Kings real quick. Who we got? I think Georgia avenges the loss.
I think Georgia gets the rematch. What you think, Matty Ice?
I was going to take Georgia too. But I have.
So that means Alabama's winning by 30.
Yep.
Alabama's winning by 30. We all went in Georgia, so Alabama's winning by 30.
Georgia's about to get them boys tonight.
I got to think they do. We were talking as we were welcoming our good buddy Matt George in here for the first time in a long time.
Yeah,
host,
man.
of course, of the Locked On Kings podcast. You're a Raider fan, right?
I am. I am a longtime frustrated Raider fan who found a beacon of light when John Gruden decided to step down. So it became easier to be a Raiders fan midway through this season. Then, of course, them making the playoffs. It's always exciting when one of my teams makes the playoffs because it doesn't usually happen too often.
And are you just gonna? Sorry, Casey, my bad. But because your favorite baseball team's about to move to Las Vegas too, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So are you just gonna be a Las Vegas guy now?
I might as well be. I've never been to Vegas, so I'm down to try it out.
Vegas Matt, we'll call you Vegas Matt.
Bring my bottles of McQueen to Vegas. We'll see how I party.
Go.
Do that. But I was gonna say, Matt, you're definitely you probably seen this. Let me guess. You were about 13 in 2002.
12, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, quick math. Yeah, 12.
That was the last real time the Raiders were in the playoffs. I'm not going to count the year Derek Carr got hurt because they didn't have.
What the hell? I'm terrible at math. 2002, I was 8. What the hell am I talking about?
So do you don't even really remember the Raiders being in the playoffs like that?
I remember a Super Bowl party when the Raiders got their asses handed to them by the Buccaneers, and the one thing I remember from that party is everybody at that party who were Raiders fans at the time, before the game was over, going outside for a football game because we didn't want to watch the rest of it. That's what I remember.
That was
most.
bad. Yeah,
Well,
that was
speak for
bad.
yourself.
Bad for Raider fans. Bad for Raider fans for sure. Unfortunately, Matt does not host the Locked On Raiders podcast, though I'm sure it is out there. If you look, Matt's the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. James Ham just spent a solid 60 minutes Well, destroying the Kings. And we all have the same reaction. It's Arthur, right? Is that
It's
baby,
Artie. Can you hear him? Yeah.
Baby Arthur. That's how we feel every time. That's how we're all going to sound in about 4 hours when Cleveland is playing Sacramento. This is a bad matchup for them. This is just bad. 10 games under 500, 42 games in the season. None of us, I know Kenny and I certainly didn't. James didn't. I don't think you did either. We couldn't have predicted this.
Nah, and that is my son Arthur in the background if anybody can hear, and he's still crying from having to sit through that game last night. And it's okay because the two of us were crying together watching that disaster of a performance that unfortunately has become far too common for this team this year. And 10 games under 500, I was listening to James Ham and I thought I was going to be the super depressing one, but James brought the mood down for me so I could just carry on riding that pathetic, sad little wave. But the one thing that James said that that really resonated with me is he was talking about like it's just the same cycle over and over and over again. And I'm not going to use my definition of insanity line because I don't want to get booted off this program by Damian Barling, but I will say this Sacramento Kings organization, regardless of who owns it, regardless of who's running it, who's coaching it, who's playing for it, this organization does the same damn thing over and over and over and over again. And I put out on Twitter today that there are really two things during this 15-year playoff drought that the Kings haven't tried. Number one is an all-in mortgage the future type trade that is a massive risk for a big name to try something, which you could argue is what the Kings did when they traded for Chris Webber back in the day. And we know it worked out, but there's a massive risk to that, of course, and could set you back even further than the Kings are right now. And number two is a full-on hard rebuild where you don't look for shortcuts. You don't try and jump 2 rungs up the ladder. You hire a coach and you're going to stick with that coach long-term who is the right fit, not the guy that's going to get you. What was Vlade's line when he fired Yeager and hired Luke Walton? Yeager took us as far as we were going to go, and now we're bringing this guy to take us the rest of the way. Like the Kings have failed to execute any kind of rebuild, even though they've tried, it feels like a million times over this 15 season, soon to be 16 season playoff drought. And they haven't tried to swing for the fences move. So really, those are the only two options available for Monte McNair. And I know which one he's going to try for.
Since we're both on the same page, I think with that one, we think he's going to try swing for fences. Are you on board with that? Do you think it's time for a tear it all down? Get everybody out of here, reset?
See, I'm actually going to do a Locked On Kings podcast kind of with a hypothetical what if, and there are so many questions that this organization has to answer, and more importantly, has to answer correctly in order for a tear it down rebuild to actually work. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that they have to stick with it. Ownership has to hire the right guys. Will Monte McNair survive making a move like that, or will you change general managers in the middle of it and basically hit a mild reset again? If you have a year like the Kings did a couple of years ago where it looks like the team is overachieving, you don't try and fast forward by making some ridiculous moves and try and force things only for them to fall apart again. Like I personally am against a full-on rebuild because I don't believe that I don't have any faith in it working. I don't have any faith in the organization getting so many things right. I don't think the Kings are going to get the return that they would like to get in a rebuild scenario, which more than likely means you're trading De'Aaron Fox. I imagine in that scenario, you're keeping Tyrese Halliburton because he's young and he's someone that you can build around. So I like the idea of that. But there's just so many things that have to be executed and executed correctly to even get a good rebuild started versus I've clamored on it this show for a while. I have no idea what that deal is. That deal might not even exist, but I'm ready for Monte McNair to massively swing for the fences when it comes to a trade. I don't know if that trade is Ben Simmons. I don't know if that trade is Domantas Sabonis. Shams released an article on The Athletic today. The only mention of the Kings was that they were interested in Ben Simmons, so nothing new there. But the Kings were not brought up in the Sabonis or Miles Turner sweepstakes. The Kings were not brought up in any kind of interest in what the Boston Celtics have. Like that to me is a concern. All those guys, all those big names out there, I want the Kings to be involved in conversations for, and I don't care about trading draft picks at this point.
Can you imagine being Monte McNair sitting in your office somewhere, sitting at your house, or sitting in your car with the idea of, no, it's okay. The house is on fire, but Ben Simmons is going to fix this all. I just have to wait it out. Imagine sitting on your hands because you think a guy who I don't know. He certainly hasn't played competitive basketball. I don't even know if dude has played basketball, period, for the last several months. Is going to be the guy who's going to change the trajectory of this franchise. I'm not against Ben Simmons, by the way. I'm not against a Ben Simmons deal. It better be right. I'm not against it. I'm just fascinated at this. Seems to be Ben Simmons very literally seems to be the reason that perhaps not just Monty McNair, but the entire league is at a freaking standstill.
And D'Lo, you know, in a battle between the master and the protege, the master is winning. And what I mean by that is Daryl Morey. Monty McNair is from the Daryl Morey school of general managers and front offices with the time in Houston. We heard reports and read reports that the Kings have had interested in Simmons since this offseason. There were conversations between the two teams, and the conversation with Daryl Morey started with De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, but I imagine it was De'Aaron Fox. And at the time, McNair said no. Morey's winning right now because with each passing day, each passing game, each passing month, the Kings look more and more desperate. Monty McNair gets more and more desperate. And suddenly, when we were refusing to even consider Fox and Halliburton in that kind of trade a couple months ago, now it's like, okay, yeah, you're probably going to have to include one of the two of them in addition to draft compensation. And there are some people, at least here in Sacramento, not who are running the team, but there are some people in Sacramento who support this team, who watch this team, who are ready to pull the trigger on that. So we criticize Daryl Morey for playing the waiting game. And look, he hasn't pulled anything off yet, so we can't give him praise because it hasn't worked quite yet. But in this case, if the Kings are really serious about getting Ben Simmons, they're losing leverage with every single loss. And at the same time, pieces like De'Aaron Fox are losing value, although only slightly. I'm not saying that teams are going to look at De'Aaron Fox now as significantly less value because of the struggles of this Kings team and the struggles that he's had so far this season, because he's turned it around recently. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't see how the Kings get Ben Simmons without trading De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton. And to your point, maybe short term, does that get you better? Probably. Does that get you so much better that you're now vaulted into legitimate playoff conversations for years to come? That's where it gets scary.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not completely against trading for Ben Simmons, but I am completely against trading for Ben Simmons and moving on from Tyrese or De'Aaron Fox. To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Then you're not getting Ben Simmons. Like that's where we're at. You're not getting him, which
I'm
okay with.
I agree with you, and I'd move on. Like to me, it defeats the purpose to move on from one of those two to bring in Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons.
I also think the Kings would be bidding against themselves.
Yeah.
Like, who else is going to give up players of that caliber? Well, I maybe not fair to put but who else is going to do that? I don't think another team is going to do that.
Nobody, absolutely nobody. And if you're, and then it's a situation where if you are willing to move on from one of those two, this is, I guess, where it is a little bit of a slight. You can do better. Like, if you're willing to move on from one of those two, the ceiling should not be Ben Simmons. It should be calling. I'd call everybody in the league and say, these guys are on the table. What's your best offer? And then take a chance that way. So, like I said, Simmons with those two, which I hear you, Matt, it's a pipe dream. But with those two, if you're giving up 2 unprotected first rounds or 2 and 1, whatever the case may be, but adding Ben Simmons to those two, I think that's something that I can get my head around a little bit more than moving one or both for Ben Simmons. That don't make sense to me.
So you said one thing there, Casey, that I think is key. You can do better if you're looking to get value for De'Aaron Fox. You absolutely can, but will you? I think that's the point. And Monty McNair has been in trade conversations. There are opportunities for Buddy Hield trades, Harrison Barnes trades, Marvin Bagley trades. We don't know how much, we don't know what their value is, but there have been opportunities out there. And at the same time, too, you've had 2 trades with the one with the Milwaukee Bucks, the sign and trade for Bogdan Bogdanovic that fell through. The Buddy Hield trade to the Los Angeles Lakers that we all know fell through. you can have all these possibilities. The problem is nothing's happened yet. And I'm not necessarily saying you trade De'Aaron Fox or trade Tyrese Halliburton or trade someone for the sake of trading someone. But at the same time, too, it doesn't surprise me at all that at least fans on social media that I'm seeing, I'm hearing you guys talk about on the show, Monty has to do something. Like he has to do something, and he has to do something that is actually going to make a difference, which is why I honestly, like, it sounds dramatic, but in my mind, you have to do one extreme or the other. You have to tank or you have to go for it. You have to take a risk or you have to completely sell. Little minor moves. Like, I like Miles Turner a lot. Does trading Miles Turner or getting Miles Turner for like Harrison Barnes and something or another, does that make this Kings team so much better that now we're feeling better? Maybe a tiny bit, but probably not in the grand scheme of things. Maybe it more cements them as a play-in team, but what does that even mean? The point is actually making it out of the play-in and making it into the playoffs and looking like you belong there. And this team obviously doesn't look like they belong there. So you're not talking about marginal moves. And I know James Ham has talked about this a lot on your show. Marginal moves do nothing for the Kings. And if Monty is only able at this deadline to pull off marginal moves, he is going to be ridiculed, and rightfully so. Absolutely. And his job is in trouble. The fan base will turn on him. And more importantly, the fan base will do something that they really haven't done over the course of this, and they're already starting to over the course of this entire playoff drought, and that's check out. That's stop caring. That's become indifferent. Like, the one thing this organization has had for all 16 garbage seasons is a fan base that continues to support. I know the numbers weren't the greatest before the relocation era, but that fan base came back. They got excited. They've supported a team that has no business having the kind of support that they have after this long of a playoff drought. They've stuck around, and Sacramento, we know how passionate this fan base is. You lose that, and the Kings organization legitimately has nothing. Has nothing.
And real quick, Dan, I hear what you're saying, but moving. So let me ask you. You're saying they have to move Halliburton or Fox?
No, I'm not. I don't think they have to at all.
Because there's not. I say that. I ask because I think everything else is probably a marginable move. Moving Harrison Barnes is not getting you Ben Simmons. So it would be Harrison Barnes for Miles Turner, Harrison Barnes for Cam Reddish. I think a marginal move here or there, I think that's fine.
As long as you make several of them.
Yeah. If you
don't make one, make several.
I think what you get right now from having these guys together is so bad, and it's getting to the point where it's so toxic. Yes, just moving a couple of guys out of here will change at the very least a little bit what's going on here in Sacramento with this group. Like, it's that bad.
So I agree. If you're going to make a swing for the fences move, you do have to trade one of the two of them. If you are going to make a full-on rebuild move, I think you can hold on to both of them and just sell everything else and try and get value for everything else, as long as you are embracing the fact that the best case scenario for this team this year is getting as good of a draft pick as possible to add to this group. That's pretty much where I'm at with that. But in my desired scenario, to your point, Kenny, yes, De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton have to be moved. And like I said, I'm not rooting for either of them to be moved necessarily. I've gone back and forth out of who I'd choose. And the majority of the time, I'd pick Fox over Halliburton because of the history. But at the same time, I recognize Halliburton is one younger. His contract isn't necessarily an issue. Not that Fox's is yet. And on top of that, Halliburton has proven to be able to fit with multiple players and be able to complement multiple players. And De'Aaron, as great as De'Aaron is, he requires specific players around him, which, to his defense, the Kings haven't done a great job of surrounding him with, which was the same thing they did with DeMarcus Cousins. So, I mean, time in, time out, it goes back to the point of this organization just keeps making the same damn mistakes. And regardless of what, if they do go the rebuilding route and hold on to the two of them, like I think they possibly could do, I don't have faith in that working. I have the only opportunity that I see to have the best chance of success, I suppose, is taking a risk, trading one of the two of those guys, trying to get a proven commodity, mortgaging draft picks in the meantime, and giving fans a reason to show up and care about this team again. Because right now, there's no reason to pay attention to this group.
Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, with us here on Dealing with KC. Do you think the team's quit?
Sure as hell looked like it last night, didn't it? I mean, the fact that you got outscored, your starting backcourt, your stars of Fox and Halliburton were outscored by 13 from Ben McLemore and Anthony Simons. Like, That cannot happen. Like the Portland backcourt, if I was to tell you, hey, the Portland backcourt outscored the Kings backcourt. Okay, that's reasonable if you're talking about CJ McCollum and Damian freaking Lillard. But once again, and to the surprise of absolutely nobody, like it used to be a joke. We used to kind of say, hey, isn't it weird? Like the Kings seem to always play bad and always lose when they're taking on a team that's not at full strength. They play better when a team's at full strength. That used to be kind of like a joke and tongue-in-cheek thing. Now it's just who this Kings team is. And like, truth be told, I know you guys have played audio on your show and I've still listened a little bit, but I've stopped caring and stopped paid attention to what De'Aaron or Tyrese or anybody is saying, even Alvin Gentry in post-game press conferences, because it's the same damn thing every single night with this team not changing anything, not backing anything up. I think De'Aaron said the other night, we still have something to play for. You've had something to play for 3 freaking years that this group has been together, the fan base mainly being that. Now with the introduction of the play-in over the last 2 years, you've had a gift thrown into your lap, especially with the state of the Western Conference, and you still can't prove that you belong. And like, it's frustrated me that, and I know they have a very difficult job to do, and I know they're trying to maintain interest as much as possible in the Sacramento Kings. Katie, Mark, Kyle on the broadcast, but it bothers me every single time they bring up the play-in. It bothers me. So the Kings are still very much in the play-in hunt. Yes, mathematically they are, and they will have a very good shot at making it because the West is such garbage. They'll have such a good shot probably until the very, very end of the season. But what I do is I look at this Kings team and I say, do they belong in any postseason conversation? And I use air quotes around postseason because I guess we include the play-in as postseason, but not playoffs. I don't know what that would mean for the playoff drought for the Kings in the history books. But I look at this team and nothing about this team suggests that they belong in any kind of postseason or playoff conversation. If this team, as of right now, were to make the play-in and be a 10th seed, they'd lose their play-in game probably by 20 points, and they'd be sitting on the couch watching the rest of basketball in May and June like they always are. So I kind of went on a tangent there.
You did. That was a good one.
Basically, like,
Kings folks are cleansing their souls today.
It's just the frustration of watching this team. Yes, they have absolutely quit. I mean, there's nothing about watching last night's game that tells me that this team hasn't quit. And at the same time, too, it doesn't surprise me that Simons rattled off a 31-point game, because every single player on every single team licks their chops when they have an opportunity to play the Kings, because, you know, these guys are already excited to get big minutes when stars go down, because it's their chance to prove themselves, and they get their chance to prove themselves against the Sacramento Kings. That's like a field day. That is, and every single team comes into a matchup with the Kings. Players come into a matchup with the Sacramento Kings absolutely fearless, expecting to get theirs, because that's the reputation the Kings have around the league, and the eye test proves every bit of that.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It really is.
Can I mention something? Because I think we've all about had it with the Kings. They're going into a game against Cleveland tonight. It's just a matchup that I absolutely hate. Cleveland scored 81 against this team in the first half when the Sacramento Kings visited Ohio earlier this year. We're going to coverage of the college football playoff national championship coming up here in just a few minutes. Do you know who is on television right now? Andrew freaking Luck.
That's gotta be Andrew
I
Luck.
say that because I legit have not seen Andrew Luck since he left.
Nobody has.
Neckbeard is gone. Solid porn stash. Still making funny faces. He's standing next to RG3, so that's obviously I think someone loaned him a sports coat. It's everything you'd expect Andrew Luck's, what I think is Andrew Luck's first public appearance in 2 years to be. It's everything. It's that and more. I'm so irrationally excited to see Andrew Luck. I have not seen this man in years. I'm happy to see him. He looks ridiculous. He looks exactly like you'd expect. Like he's just retired and enjoying life. And that mustache is something.
It takes a special man to be able to pull off that mustache. And
not everybody could do it.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, it's spectacular. Neck beard gone, beard gone. Just a straight stash. It's marvelous.
I gotta see this.
Yeah, just search Andrew Luck on Twitter. Do yourself a favor. Everybody search Andrew Luck on Twitter. And everybody else, do yourself a favor and stay put here. We're going to live coverage of the college football playoff national championship. It's Bama and Georgia. Matt Georgia. See what I did there? Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, thanks for joining us. Most of all, thank you for being with us. It's a 49ers Monday, 49ers Victory Monday, 49ers Playoff Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. We'll see you tomorrow.
Holla.
Had to be close.
Okay.
Had to be close. Had to be close.
What are you? Come on, man.
He looks marvelous. He just looks absolutely marvelous. He doesn't look particularly healthy. Like, I feel like he's on he went on like a hardcore vegan diet, like, but he's just eating plants. Like, he's literally just eating kale.
I don't know, like, Andrew. Hey, look, man, fashion isn't for everybody.
Nah,
but I don't know why you say I'm gonna put this on, and it's okay.
He threw on. I'm telling you, somebody absolutely gave him that sport coat. He showed up in the polo, and someone said, "Hey, Brody, why don't you just slide this on? Slide this podcast." Andrew Luck looks like he enjoys going to his favorite microbrewery for a beer flight after he finishes work at Gatekeeper, an app for people who want to stop municipalities from building low-income housing. That is an in-depth tweet. I couldn't figure out why Andrew Luck is there. Okay, it's at
Indianapolis.
Lucas Oil. Yeah.
Ugh.
All right. I got to go back to parenting duties.
The Colts were embarrassed yesterday, and Andrew Luck just appeared on ESPN. Worst 24 hours for Colts fans ever. That's great. All right, Matt, get going. Actually, we've got to do something we normally don't do. We have a 4:00 meeting, so we have to go too. Thank y'all for hanging out with us, and we'll see you tomorrow at noon.
Go King.